What is going on, Internet? And welcome to OnlyCops. I have been gone for far too long. I'm going to make sure that I am not muted like last time. And hopefully, I'm not too terribly quiet for everybody. Um, I'm not officially late. Oh, I'm already starting. Let's go. Hold on. Oh, wow. Chat's done gotten negative. I don't know how that happened. I'm going to take 10 from chat for the complaint because I was on time. Get wrecked. 1 minute late. Dialysis dude, you are also incorrect. I was on time. Anybody else I'm taking points from? No, just Doug and Dialysis dude. Or did Jerry say I was going to be late? I'm ready to move. Jerry, you saying that I was going to be late? What I said. What's going on, Step Bro? Thank you for monetizing this. Hold on. I got to move stuff. A random one appeared. Oh, it was perfect. Never mind. I didn't have to move anything. Shout out to producer Juan who's here. I'm going to get my hellos out of the way. For the uninitiated, this is OnlyCops. On Tuesdays and now Thursdays, pretty much almost universally, we do body cam breakdowns. We are looking at body-worn camera footage from real police interactions or news stories that are arising out of police interactions. And we apply both my own professional experience at doing it, also chat, and then the concerning amount of more knowledge that our concerned citizens now have. I actually got into. I was in Cleveland this past weekend, for better or for worse, and it was actually a conversation I had with somebody that I was like, I guarantee you, if I sat the average 5-year officer down and quizzed them on CCP, that my chat randomly, at complete random, I could pluck someone from chat. They'd probably do better.
Yep.
But anyways, the whole idea here is not to necessarily armchair quarterback, but to try to glean something out of the unfortunate reality of the human suffering that happens within the context of law enforcement. Because if stuff happens and we don't learn from it, we continue to either get worse or we don't improve on it, and those sacrifices are for nothing. So we're going to try to learn from it. We're going to try to better both police culture and hopefully have a productive conversation about police tactics. And then conversely, know your rights. In a very, very similar to like an auditing channel, we are trying to actually inform people what their rights are so they know what it is.
But with correct information.
Yeah, exactly. It's, I know my rights. You don't say it because you wouldn't be saying anything, because you would be observing one of the most fundamental rights you have, and that is the fifth.
That is the right? STFU amendment.
Exactly. For the uninitiated, in the beginning, I say hello to everybody. You will see the scorecard up here for as long as I'm saying hi to people. When I click off of said scorecard to the playlist put together by our vigilantes, you will know that the actual review portion of the live stream has begun. So you'll have to wait until then. I always say hi to people here, because if not, I'd be talking to myself. Caffeinated LD. The wife fund. I don't know what UMP. Oh, UMP, not ump. Yeah, she does like HK products, unfortunately, and they be expensive. Shout out to this too. I'm wearing merch.
Oh, hell yeah.
So it's my least favorite tool, but my most favorite design. So outside of the DBZ one.
Mm-hmm. Dude, that got a pen got washed in my laundry, so now it's got some spots on it. I'm real sad about it. It didn't affect the design portion, but
it's got like a random stain.
Yeah.
Big shout out to Chris Kaufman for being number one. He's funny. He messaged me. He's like sent a screenshot because of the one time I like stole it from him. I felt bad because like it doesn't always populate, especially if like a bunch of people happen to message at the same time. It all probably comes down to like ping and bandwidth and a bunch of other stuff. But he sent a screenshot that he made it. He's like, just the first time I've been first in like months. So Chris Kaufman Jr. was indeed first. I still have my special thanks to Longview PD for putting up with me, should I say, for my de-escalation class. And then Buxom is likely, I think I changed Buxom to Buxom because of Super Chats. We are likely filed under a dependent for him at this point for his taxes. Shannon was our first. I guess Chris is a mod technically, but Shannon and Chris, welcome to my vigilantes. Garrett, producer Juan, is both here in spirit and in person. Peacekeeper Chris with just CRIS. That is interesting spelling.
I had a bit of a headache, so I had to take some ibuprofen.
Bro,
that's why I'm late.
Bro, speaking of headaches, I'm feeling it. Cleveland was not kind to me. Ohio was worse than I thought it would be, and that's saying something. Like
that's a low bar.
Like there's like a stupid video where they try to sell Killeen like it's the Swiss Alps, And for the uninitiated, Killeen, Texas is just outside of a military base, and it wouldn't exist if it wasn't for said military base, and so it's designed to be a predatory patch of land for young pre-21-year-old enlisted people. It's a terrible place to live. Like, it's the people that live there, the people that get deployed there refer to Killeen kind of the way the Catholics would like refer to like purgatory. Like, it's like a place you go for just a little bit and it's a horrible time while you're there. So anyways,
you're there to hopefully learn a lesson. Maybe you will, maybe you won't.
Yeah. I wasn't duped by anything. I assumed Ohio would kind of suck, and specifically Cleveland, Ohio. I got to venture off the beaten path. The range we had to go to was like an hour outside of Cleveland. And I passed like Mennonite country. They were like legit like in wagons and stuff. That place was kind of cool. They got pretty. It was like a baby version of Tennessee where you're on the cusp, I think, of the northernmost portion of like the Appalachian Mountains. But yeah, the rest of it sucked. And Cleveland as a whole, like I've been in Boston, Houston. I've gone through Grand Rapids. I've been through a lot of major metropolitan cities. That one, if it ever went to a nuclear winter and we were losing that city, I'd be like, it's probably Delta some. I don't know. Shut up. I'm sorry for the people that live in Cleveland. Y'all city sucks. Yeah, I talk about
probably be the only one left behind.
I know. Right? This is what you get. I got to keep saying hello. I got in a whole tangent there. Mr. Toaster.
It makes sense when you consider that there's been 25 astronauts originally from Ohio, a state so bad it makes you want to leave Earth.
Where's chat?
Give him some points.
There's for RJ over here winning points back.
And then Goon, the vanilla enema, also said Ohio, where even the Amish are trying to leave.
Dog, it. And it's weird because there's like apparently like a big beef between Michigan and Iowa. I'm down here. I'm assuming it's like Oklahoma and Texas, right? They like your neighboring states, so you kind of hate each other or whatever. And
given population size, it's more like Fort Worth and Dallas.
right. But like the having spent like a decent amount of time in both states now, like I spent more than 2 or 3 days in each. Bro, the nicer parts of Michigan are much nicer than the nicer parts of Iowa. The cities are about the same. However, universally, what I found hilarious is everyone I talked to that was there was talking about like not liking Michigan, but they're literally, and I quote, they're like, it might suck here, but we're not Detroit. It was literally like their universal like finger point. I was like, well, there's Detroit. And I was like, well, you know what? I bet that is a worse time. And so anyways, but y'all was struggling up there. I also got like really quickly corrected when I referred to them as the Midwest. And I guess it makes sense, like geographically, like the hard line in the sand is like some river that was west of where I was at. They're like, this is not the Midwest. He was like mad offended that I was like, I wouldn't care if somebody called Texas the Midwest. I'd just be like, you suck at geography.
You know? Geography.
Yeah.
I'd be offended if you called us the South. We're Texas.
Exactly.
We're our own damn thing.
Exactly. So anyways, I'll get off of this. Caffeinated, it's good to see you.
Don't loop us in with freaking Missouri and
bro, like Georgia, Louisiana.
Virginia, West Virginia.
Tyler D, it's good to see you, brother. Oh man, I'm sure I skipped some people. I feel bad now. Christian Halsey,
Skip a lot.
Custodes, Jordan, Barry Strawspicious or Burry Strawspicious, Glock taste tester. That's incredible.
When you go to you get kicked out of the gun show for rating on mouthfeel.
Mark Musso, not El Pete, Jerry White Rice. It's good to see you, brother. Brave. Oh, thank you. Oh, the wife is spoiling me today. I'm getting. This is sliced. What kind of apples are these? Cosmic Crisp apples. It's not a cookie. This is fruit for the Gen Z kids. They're like, oh, is that a cookie? No, we eat fruit here. And then this is homemade beans and rice.
That's what I was expecting.
Dude, it's pretty good.
I was like, she's being a little lazy today, just slicing up some apples for you.
Dude, yeah. And then this is grated cheese. We've gone now to just buying a block and grating it. And
so much better that way. It doesn't have the sawdust.
It's objectively better. Yeah, anyways. So my
I have an electric cheese grater. It's like the best purchase. It's like a $20 purchase.
Thing ever.
It's like $20, bro. You get it on Amazon. It's like this big, and you cut the cheese into like blocks like this big. Stick them in the thing. You just push it down, and as it spins, and it'll like grate all your cheese for you. So you don't have to sit there doing like a. Yeah, I do a lot of enchiladas, so grating cheese takes forever.
I do it like a scrub.
Mm-hmm.
Brave Django, welcome, brother.
Yeah, I went through like 12 different varieties of graters before I was like, you know what? Maybe I'll just make machines do it for me.
I'm going to go electric.
Mm-hmm.
Which is normally a bad thing. Eric, just desserts. Welcome. Schmang with this pizza, which I still am jealous of. Sam, I'm kind of getting hydrated. I have a Zivia, if that counts. Lisa Rowe. Robert Carson. Ooh, this is going to be hard. Delicious Compliance. That's pretty good.
Oh, there you go.
I like that one. Goon, the Vanilla Enema. Dialysis Dude, who I already took points from. Melundos. Dougie G. Arca Valentine. John C. I think I got everybody. This is starting to repeat. Tyler D, I'm pretty sure I said hi to. Cuff Slapper 2752. That's got a couple of weird ways of taking that, but I'm here for it. Already a member on Patreon. How does one become a member on YouTube mobile app?
You can't on YouTube mobile app. You have to do it on computer because YouTube doesn't want Apple to take 30%.
Yeah, YouTube's dumb. They're all dumb. Vincent.
Yeah. YouTube's dumb, Apple's greedy, so you know.
Agreed. Aman Mishra. That sounds like a character from the Stormlight Archives. I can't think of who, but Mishra. I'll think of it, and it's going to bug me, but it's going to come up sometime. Thor the Thunder Dog. DAWG 52. Hey, yo, dog.
I like it.
Mike J. I said hi to Step Bro. I do love you. Outback Pancake has got some other connotations to it. Bird Force. Sean Daly. I said hi to Lisa Rowe, the rookie. Welcome. Is it fail to ID if Starbucks spells your name wrong? Hold on, what were the choices for this? Yes, right to jail. No, if the barista's hot. Fair. Criminal, misspell at least. That's pretty good. This isn't even my order. It's pretty good. I like that. Let's see. Frag is here. Welcome, brother. Caffeinated, thank you for donating to the HK fund for the wife. Let's see. Sticks. I said hi to RJ. Christy, welcome. Union Deuce, Chris Coffin, thank you for monetizing the stream. Notorious Emu, welcome. I think that rounded out the last of my mods. coming from the 13 colonies, anything west of the Mississippi isn't a real state. I would like to see you win a world war, hold up an economy, or threaten a country with oil without.
Why don't you go back to
asking
the French for help? Huh?
Would you take just California and Texas by themselves away, and like you lose your position as a superpower almost immediately? Like it's wild.
Immediately. And those two become California,
their own
largest economy in the world.
I think they're
itself.
I think they're the fourth, and we're like the fifth by ourselves.
Yeah.
It's wild.
Yeah.
That's adorable. Anytime I'm like, wait, hold on. How many state representatives do you have? That's what I thought.
Too many for your size.
Right.
Too damn many for your population.
You should get one seat in the Senate. Like miss me with all that.
You should have to ask us to speak for you.
Right. Impromptu, comatose. These names.
Garrett, thank you for that.
The Denenheimer. Garrett, the animals. Garrett, I love you. Dark Cosmic Matter.
Knocked over my hat for you. Take my hat off to you.
Alfredo. Gingy. I'm sure I missed people. Riot Squad Raptor. I think I got everybody. Tweaky. I barely saw his name before it refreshed. And then Blake Sears. Welcome to everybody. If I missed you, yell at me in the comment section. I'll eventually see it. Alex. And we'll get started with the show. Shout out to the Vigilantes for putting together this playlist. We have 23 videos to get through today. I have to be up super early in the morning, so I won't do a after party this evening. However, on Thursday, we are doing an after party because I get the 4th off. God bless America.
Hell yeah. I will not be here. Well, maybe I'll be here at the after party, but I'm working both the 3rd and the 4th.
I bet you'll be busy.
Yeah.
Mighty dork. He said, I feel invisible.
If you're in the South Lake, Texas area, you can do a meet and greet.
Hey, go say hi.
Come take a picture in the photo booth.
Tommy.
Oh, also, other announcement. Yes. So we got pee-pee whacked by Warner Brothers on the Southland episode, but it is available or will be available tomorrow on our Patreon. I'm making it public so everybody can see it. So you don't have to be a Patreon member to see that one. It'll be there. But we have a whole new hour-long Southland Officers React.
So go check out Southland.
Mm-hmm.
It was a good one because we did the whole first episode.
Yeah, which is
kind of blew my mind. Anyways, it was very, very good. Go check it out. I'm bummed that can't make it onto YouTube because that was an excellent episode.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna try and see if shortening it'll let it through, and just get fewer scenes in there, and we'll just do the full on Patreon.
But
we'll see. But anyways, we've gotten them through before.
The full one will be there in public, so even if you're not a Patreon member, just kick it on over there. You'll at least be able to see it. Thank you for doing that, and shout out to Schmang. Actually helped up.
Schmang, yeah, Schmang helped me out a ton on that.
Shout out to Schmang. Who else was invisible? Easy is literally just typed in yelling. I do like how Mighty Dork was like, I feel invisible, and Tommy's like, you are invisible. Brandon Rhino. And that is everybody, I think. Yes, I said hi to everyone. Thank you, Tyler, for getting Melissa D, Mr. Nice Guy. BWP Photography got him. She got another bump here. Darth Raven and Daniel Kavanaugh. Welcome. Go join your benefits. Go check it out.
Following developments out of northern Idaho, where officials say a man deliberately set a wildfire to ambush first responders. Now, 2 firefighters were killed. Another was injured. This happened in the city of Coeur d'Alene. A suspect was later found dead. More than 300 law enforcement officers from the city, county, state, and even federal levels responded to the scene of the shooting.
They are reporting a brush fire going northeast. Some law enforcement right now, there's an active shooter zone. Everybody shot up here. Law enforcement, code 3 now up here.
I'm not going to listen to the rest of this. If you guys have been watching the internet, you guys are probably aware of this story. Obviously, there's the easy takeaway that crazy dude did a crazy thing, right? There's going to be a bit of a hot take, and everybody take a seat back for this. This is a complete failure on the law enforcement side. The amount of radio traffic that came out from FD on them needing help and how long and how much time had kind of passed. Now, I get it. It's a hard situation, right? Like, this guy's in the mountains. They're probably in a remote area. I'm not super familiar with that part of the state. But, like, in general, they need help. Were they going to defend themselves with a water hose? Like, they have nothing. This guy had to basically cower behind a truck. And this guy was there for so long, he could contemplate life enough that he went and punched his own ticket to go see, probably not Jesus at that end, but go see the after. Yeah, you went to Ohio, right?
He went to Cleveland.
But like from a law enforcement standpoint, and maybe it's hard to get to, and I get that, and that's hard and frustrating. FD is not the ones that should be taking rounds. But the first couple, there's nothing you can do about. That's a discussion that we have in law enforcement circles about, like, the inciting incident. There is little to nothing you can do to stop that. But for how long it took and how long those guys had to sit there, I definitely, I'm not going to say I was disappointed, but like our takeaway from that is that they should be there for as little time as possible, even if it's up to the point that you are putting yourself unnecessarily at risk, so that you're at least taking the pressure off of those guys who are basically having to watch their fellow firefighters die. Easy example I could think of was September 11th. For those of you that are old enough to remember that, a lot of those guys went willingly into towers, but this is a structure fire, right? It's terrorist attack. It's complicated, but running into a structure fire is what they sign up for at the end of the day. Going there, literally doing their due diligence to go make sure this guy's home doesn't burn down or this area doesn't burn down, because wildfires are a pretty serious issue. Go ask California. Or worse, what was it? The laser beams in Hawaii or whatever it is that happened. I don't want to say it too loud, or the Lolly Lule Lo is going to hear us, right? But I don't have a blue roof, so I'm not safe. But so the guy intentionally targeted FD for one reason or another. There's mixed information coming out about why he ended up doing it. But the second it occurs, that stopped being a firefighter call. There shouldn't be armed for that. They shouldn't have to be armored for that. That wasn't their fight to go fight. And the fact that we weren't there, I think as a representative of the law enforcement community, I could say that is a failure on our part. FD, I don't think they need training. I don't think they need firearms. They're there to go solve fire problems, right? Are there triple and quadruple certified guys out there? Yeah. Especially in rural areas where you can be a deputy, a firefighter, and an EMS guy all at the same time. But that's expensive and complicated. And what happens when that guy gets sick, right? So anyways, that's just kind of my issue with this whole call. Right, listen to the rest of it. I don't take any pleasure listening to radio traffic like that. I have a personal, I guess, call it sensitivity to that. But guy took his own life.
Well, good evening.
He's probably getting what he deserves now. But I do feel bad for those guys, because that's if they died in a structure fire, they could sit there and say, "Hey, well, I chose to go there. I made a decision, and whatever happened, happened." But when it happens like that, like, that's a bad call. Cops, we have to go into violent situations. That's what you sign up for. So when you run towards gunfire and get smoked, at least you got to pick it, right? And that's kind of what you sign up for. That's what our armor's designed to deal with. We are equipped with equipment to go deal with it, and either we're better than them or they're better than us. But in those situations, it's just not a fair situation.
So Gudilla said this is where he lives. The part where he was in is a place called Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. They were part of a Coeur d'Alene that is a dirt bike park right next to it. He said the police have a station less than 10 minutes away. So how long was the
Holy shit.
the response?
Should have been no time. The fact that a press conference was able to happen before they could solve it is too long. If they were 10 minutes away by station, right? Even if I have to do it on foot, and at the end of the day, like, I gotta run in and go do it. That's unacceptable. Dude, our response time within a city was like 2 to 3 minutes for a hot call like that. It's a smaller jurisdiction. There's likely not as many people. They were possibly encumbered. I've left a domestic for a call like that, where there was, if someone's beaten up, they were just getting assaulted. They weren't even getting killed. I literally was like, I gotta go. Sorry, guys. Don't beat each other up. And my command staff understood. I got a browbeating about it. They're like, you made the right call, but like, let's maybe not do that again. I was like, I know, it's fine. I read the room, and fortunately I made the right call. And results matter. That those guys needed our help, and we were able to handle up. But yeah, it's just like zero. That is nobody else's burden but yours. I actually recently, shout out to Kyle Morgan, he recently tagged me in the class that we took, and it made me think about it. And I was like, unless you're like, there's a lot of things to. It's kind of like if Juan handed a random person a camera and said, "Hey, you're gonna take photography of like a wedding." This is the easy example of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's figure out how to use the camera, figure out the timing of everything. Let's say I've never gone to a wedding before. I don't know how any of this stuff goes, right? Like, who am I supposed to talk to? Who am I supposed to whatever? And you're just going to shit the bed. Like, it's just the nature of it. If you're in law enforcement and you don't have a contingency for a situation like that, that's on you. Or you don't already have, like, the mindset set up to go and, like, intervene or intercede. This wasn't a school. This was an open area. Finding this guy would have been too terribly complicated. You had a guy with a radio telling you precisely where the dude was and where to come in and ask for it. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. 71 patrol deputies and 325 special deputies.
There's zero excuse. It should have taken 5 minutes. And if it took 5, I had to get there, pull out my gun, probably get shot at and shoot back at the guy. Cool. And this is going to sound real weird and kind of off-colored to some people. If 2 cops died in the process of going to go save those dudes, it would still be considered a win if you could go die in place of those firefighters. Like, that sounds weird, but that's the mindset, right? Because they're not signing up for that. Now, if I'm in a structure fire, bro, come get me. You know what I mean? Like, that's that. I need a hero. This happens all the time with high water rescue. You get cops we get flooding here in Texas, right? Or in the South in general. You get flooding, and I'm like, dude, I don't have any skills for this. I'm going to hold on to a tree and start throwing a hope and a prayer and getting right with Jesus. Who comes for me? FD does. You know what I mean? Like, that's their expertise. You know what I mean? Like, when the riots were happening, we would deal with the protesters. They were the ones ending structure fires that could decimate. It's a very different skill set. And so, for the bank account, Chris, try not to die.
You good?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Choking on beans?
Ooh. Yeah, I'm choking on beans. Ooh. I'm doing better. These beans were worth dying for. It's your job at the end of the day.
So there's a small campaign to get you to apologize to Dialysis Dude for accusing him of something Goon Vanilla Enema did. I don't know what it is. And quite frankly, I think they should quit their bitching.
What's he complaining about?
I don't know. I missed it. So I think he's guilty. And I don't think he can prove otherwise.
X-Man, I never spit. You are in Ohio, you can't die. Chokes on beans. FD and EMS now have versions of the Bearcat. But anyways, it's just I have beef with that, like, in general, and I don't like that nobody's having that conversation. Like, where's all the people that if this was a chick screwing up like a 911 call, everyone would have jumped on it. If this was a fat cop not being able to run, all of the cop people would jump on it. But, like, this is a national story, and it should be. Like, this was a shitty situation to happen, but none of the law enforcement people are mad about that, being like, yo, dog, like, how long was the response? And what was the response? And are we going to acknowledge the fact that they had time for a press conference, but not time to go handle up? If a dude had barricaded himself, that'd be one thing. In that case, I'd just let the fire take the mountain and be done with it. But, anyways. You're going to hear it from here. I'm going to complain. The second I saw the story, like the second they had a press conference about it, I was like, wait, you don't know the status of those firefighters? Like, what do you mean you don't know the status? Like, you don't have officers there telling you the status? I had beef. I was also very upset because there's a lot of outspoken people in the law enforcement community. Like I said, if it was any other situation, they'd be on it in 10 seconds, but they're not willing to go and be like, hey, it's our job to do the dying when dying has to happen like that. It's going to sound weird, but that's the reality of it. Anyways, we'll keep going.
Thanks so much for joining us here. I'm Mike Gillespie.
And I'm Leslie Adamy. First at 6, it was pedal to the metal. 2 different high-speed chases that ripped through Corpus Christi streets. One suspect stealing a car at an ATM and then tried to outdrive the law. The other wrecked with passengers in a joyride gone wrong.
Well, tonight troopers are talking tactics. The suspects are in jail, and a witness even videotaped the wild ending to one of those chases. Michael Gibson is here in the studio now with that story. Michael?
Well, we've got 2 stolen vehicles, 2 wild chases, and one man who clearly didn't read the "Don't leave your car running" at the ATM manual. DPS and Corpus Christi police were in hot pursuit, and we've got the video as one of those.
Oh, that was a sick
in
pit.
one of the vehicles, literally rolling down SPID feet.
I also don't like it. They went off and like blamed the victim here. Yeah. Don't leave your car running. It's the ATM. What if you have a car at like a weird height? You can't reach it. You got to get out. I saw people do this all the time.
Are they talking about the ATM drive-through, or are they talking about like?
Yeah, that's my guess. It was
That's
like
dumb.
Right.
I leave it running every single time. You just
Right.
put it in park.
Well, it's not victim blame. That's all I'm saying. This guy lost their vehicle.
Feet of road. This is video taken by a witness.
But we blame
to
the
a
banks
high-speed
for making
chase
those
down
inconvenient.
SPID. The 33-year-old female driver allegedly had stolen the vehicle after it was left running in front of an ATM by its owner. Troopers spotted it and used a pit maneuver to stop the vehicle, which rolled over before finally coming to a stop.
The goal is to end that pursuit before harm comes to that driver, our troopers or the officers involved in it, and the public at large.
The pit maneuver might look
Bro,
like
imagine
something
you're just
out
trying
of
to
a
get
Fast and
like
Furious
$40 for gas. They steal your car, completely wreck it.
Bro. What a bad time.
flick. But there's nothing
That is the
casual
one
about
sad
it.
thing about
Only
like stolen
specially
car
trained
pits for
troopers
me is like there was an owner to that car. That got to deal with not having a car,
One and really like
insurance problems with trying to get a new car.
I don't know that there's a good solution outside of just like making it like a
I do.
worse punishment as far
They
as
get a
like
patrol car
well,
for a
is
week.
that, yeah.
Listen, the dealership will do this. You're in with repairs. They give you a little rental, you know, covered by them.
Yeah, but I would be team you make punishments worse for this because this really is.
That's what they
crippling
should
for
do with
people.
those with the drug cars that they confiscate instead of turning them into flashy whatever vehicles. It's like a hey, we had to pitch your car. You can use this one for until you get a new one.
Until you get a new one.
Yeah,
I'm
you get a
team
week
that.
of this drug dealer's car.
I'm team that. Hell yeah. You just like socialize towing companies basically.
Yeah.
Some D-bag like parks in like the fire lane. You tow his
There
shit.
you
You don't
go.
get it back. It's now part of like the
Yeah.
common pool.
Mm-hmm. It was gonna get auctioned. Now it's part of your rental fleet for
I'm here for it.
victims of crime.
are cleared to pull it off.
You know, troopers go to additional training to become pit certified, so only troopers who have gone through that training can perform the maneuver.
And it's not used on a whim. Troopers have to weigh the risk, the crime, and the chaos before taking out the vehicle they're pursuing.
Pursuit policy is that, you know, it's up to that trooper to decide what, you know, weigh all the factors that go into it. You know, what crime has been committed, you know, what danger do they represent to themselves and to the public at large.
We caught up with lawmen from across Texas training at a criminal interdiction academy. Most said they don't use the
Was
pit
this you,
maneuver,
Josh? Were you in here?
But for those who do, safety isn't just a priority, it's gospel.
I do it safe manner.
Look at that Celsius.
Public
Papa bless.
safety, first and foremost, officer safety, and we're good to go.
As for the driver behind this wild ride, she got checked at the hospital, then checked into the jail, booked, and charged with auto theft. DPS Sergeant Mallory also told me that troopers used a pit maneuver on a stolen car near Galahar and Greenwood at around 9 o'clock last night. That actually didn't work because the driver avoided the trooper but ended up crashing anyway. That driver is in jail and his 2 passengers were injured and taken to the hospital.
Every time this conversation happens of like, well, what could police do differently to take these people into custody safely? This is the most like thin blue line I kind of get at times, is like, yeah, but there's got to be some level of accountability. It's like, you know what I mean? They'll be like, well, I gave up after I murdered my whole family. Like, I don't know why he need me on the way. And like, though I totally agree, you have to be able to justify the amount of force that you're using. Pits always occur while they're driving. It's not like they're minding their own business, you know, giving themselves up in like a high risk stop, you know, like
hands out the window, whatever.
Right.
All of a sudden, like
right. It's not. You're not getting T-boned while parked, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't understand why they're so concerned. I do think they're expensive. I think they can be done poorly, but so can shootings. Mm-hmm. We're not taking firearms away from law enforcement anytime soon. I think the criteria for it could definitely be more clear, like violent felonies in progress, or that they're like doing something dangerous. Like on a highway, I'd probably let them go. Like if somebody was going 100 on a highway, the highway is designed for that, whether they want to tell you that or not, right? Like it's designed for cars to travel faster. There's no intersections. There's no 90-degree turns. A well-maintained car, even a Nissan Altima, right, could easily go 100, and as long as your driver knows what they're doing, they could figure it out. But they're doing 100. Yeah, right. I have no idea how I would know that, right? But on like a residential, that I could understand because it's a lot more danger. There's intersections, 90-degree turns, people merging. There's
slow children running,
right?
Playing.
Blind corners. I totally get. Hey, they're going in that direction. Screw it, pit them, because at that point, like you owe it to a fleeing felon in that instance. You owe it to the safety of everybody else. Even in the instance of like when I'm brandishing a knife, right? Can't shoot anybody with a knife. Except for that one Russian knife that's got like a cool ballistic thing.
Yeah.
But, problem yourself in a field waving a knife around. What's he gonna do? Cut the grass? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what's the worst that could happen? But he's running towards a mall. How long am I gonna let this guy make clearly poor decisions around innocent third parties? So I think if they maybe changed some of the language around like why they pit and articulating like specifically like the public safety aspect of it, I think more people would understand why it gets done. And I really like am behind de-incentivizing stealing cars and running. Because like at that point, like I just rob a bank and flee, right? If you think fleeing's enough to get away with it, then it's why people lie, right? There's a chance I get away with it. People aren't going to stop running from police. You can look at LA County as a great example of this. But the better you get at catching them, the less appealing it seems.
New at 10 tonight, a man dressed like law enforcement holds a man up at gunpoint. You can see the tactical vest and the mask. The victim says he repeatedly identified himself as a cop until he forced him to the ground, but he didn't know someone else was watching. ABC 13's Luke Jones is live with more of that video. Luke, you also got an interview with the victim.
Yeah, the victim actually ended up shooting at the suspect. We know at least one of those shots landed. Police say the suspect later turned up at the hospital. But get this, they haven't yet filed any charges against him. And the victim's convinced he had accomplices. Police telling us this is all still under investigation. Javier Reyes and his...
Oh, did the torta come to the rescue? Oh my God.
His wife in an armed confrontation with a suspected police.
I think she came to be like, bro, he's almost dead. Leave it out of here.
Leave it alone.
Yeah.
Impersonator June 15th outside the liquor store they own at Gessner and Harwin.
He say, I'm the police. Pull up your hand, get on the floor, I'm the police, I'm the police.
Reyes had just gone to take out the trash when a red car pulls up. Then a masked man runs up with a flashlight and gun, wearing a vest with the word Marshall on it.
I'll be honest, I'd burn that guy down. If he happens to be an undercover cop that decides to show up with me with some forces and some sweatpants, you played yourself, my brother. Uniformed, that's why I hate apprehensions with slick cars. And because if it was a thing you didn't do, like let's just say I procedurally made it illegal for non-uniform officers to make arrests. I put it in codified, you'd burn that guy down every time. There'd be no confusion whatsoever. Outside of like the citizen involved or off-duty involved thing. It's the only gray area you might run into, right? But like, who's to say? This guy looks more legit.
Well,
than
and even
half
at
of the
that point, like if you're an off-duty, you're still waiting. It's not like you're taking them in your personal vehicle
Right.
to the jail. You're gonna stop them and then be like, "Hey, real like uniformed cops, come get him," not this.
Yeah, that guy's getting burned down, man.
Told me, I'm a cop. I'm the police. Get out on the floor, and I say, I don't do anything.
You only see that one suspect in the video, but Reyes says there was another person driving the car he arrived in. Reyes says the man forces him to the ground and soon reveals his true intentions.
And when he get me in the floor, he told me, it's a robbery, I'm not the police.
Watching this all from inside
At least he was cool about it.
the store, Reyes' wife quickly grabs a gun.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, tactical
she wanna get on
torta.
this.
Let's go.
And confronts
She's like,
the
"You're in
armed
my
suspect.
way."
Oh my God. Okay. My
Judge her.
only advice here is maybe let's not take a snapshot like this. This looks based on the shape. This is either this is like a Walther, like a PPQ, because it's just like this odd round shape that we got here, or a little bit more heinously, a Bursa. It was a Brazilian company actually made a very similar profile to a pistol here. If it's either of those, if it's a PPQ, she might get a solid 8.5 out of 10. Like that's style points for the James Bond flex. If it's a Bursa, I'll give it like 6 out of 10. That's still pretty cool. It's different. It's not a high point.
The armed suspect. He runs, losing his shoes and his gun in the process, while Reyes draws his own weapon. He fires multiple rounds, at least one of which hits the suspect, who then crawls to his getaway car. Reyes firing a final parting shot.
Yeah, it's also not a good call here.
As the car drives away.
The police told me I did a great job.
Both he and his wife are okay.
He did not say yob. I love you. Don't be the meme.
But he shudders to think how differently things could have turned out. When the suspect demanded Reyes' valuables,
I say no, and he put the gun in my head, and they told me I can kill you right now.
But the fake cop clearly wasn't a match for two plucky business owners. In Southwest Houston, Luke Jones.
Did you hear where that took place?
What?
Gun in my head, and they told me I can kill you right now.
But the fake cop clearly wasn't a match for two plucky business owners.
Say it with me.
In Southwest Houston.
Try that in Houston.
Try it in Houston, baby.
It's the reason we don't got ice jump out boys here.
Dude, I tell you what.
They end up like that.
That's what I mean. I mean, for real, though. You jump on the economy's not as depressed here as it is everywhere else. Even the torta's packing a Walther, dude. Like, Maybe they were both business owners. They're doing pretty okay. If that's a liquor store,
I mean, they own their liquor store, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, yeah. Also, I saw some of the bottles they got on those shelves. They're
making money.
Yeah, I don't think this is like a crappy liquor store.
I love that. That made my day. This Walther for the win, Michael. What a sounds like someone watched too many ICE arrest videos. Oh my goodness.
100%.
Anyways, that's that validated my meme. That's hilarious. If you get perfectly justified use of deadly force from the civilian standpoint, you're getting robbed at gunpoint. You figure out, well, it's kind of sus. It Not too many cops rolling around in a red Mazda to just go shake you down. Wife actually made probably the best call. It should be her taking that shot if it's going to happen. Stupid. Garrett, I'm not acknowledging you. I love you, though.
Did they say if they caught the guy?
Yeah, because he ended up in the hospital. They winged him. But you're gonna take shots. Take good ones. Take good. Just because backstop probably other stores, likely a freeway if it's Houston. You know, maybe don't go skipping these off the pavement and smacking somebody. So anyway, she started blasting. For real though. Same thing. One-handed versus two-handed shooting. Just know if you're gonna carry a gun, practice with it. We talked about this the other day. There was a video that got shared in the Discord. This guy had a sword, and these guys this is from across the pond because they weren't armed police officers, went after him with a baton, and I was like, that is not a winning proposition, dog. Like, this guy knows anything about how to use that sword. Like, you're getting delimbed pretty quickly if it's a real sword.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
use a spear.
Bro, when spear, the training's less complicated, right? You gotta whoop.
Yeah.
But just kind of know what your situation is. If you actually trained with it, yeah, it'd be 3 dead European cops right there. Like, if that was the case, like, if you're going to carry a deadly weapon and you're going to go and present it, at least have some basis of know what you're going to do with it.
Goon the Vanilla Enema said, so what you're saying is take every shot you are given. And what I say to that is you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. And 99% of the ones you do because you're a bad shot. Go practice.
Go practice. It's important.
Just end him. That was the goal of a group of 10 and 11-year-old girls who surprised police say wanted to kill a...
To my ladies in chat, I've never been a 10-year-old girl, so I'm going to need a look into the female perspective here.
boy at school. The motive? He's accused of cheating on one of them, so she wants him dead.
In 5th grade.
What does getting cheated on in grade school look like?
He shared gum with another girl.
Maybe like a crayon box?
Recess. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He went to the jungle gym with someone else
But I was jelly. I had a friend of mine who had like one of those 94 color boxes that had the sharpener on the back.
Oh, yeah.
I just had some scrub ass 12 crayons, and I had to I would do it sideways so it would become sharp. Like I would just kind of rotate.
Yeah, you just kind of have to rotate it.
I was a poor Mexican kid. 1 point in my life.
Caffeinated gets it.
The murder
is
plot
free, girl. Learn it early.
Was simple. According to the police report, 4 5th grade students at Legacy Traditional School's West Surprise campus
Bro, this is a nice school.
Yeah.
My God.
planned to lure a classmate to the charter school's outside bathroom and stab him in the stomach.
What? Lisa, Andrea, Christy, Shannon, Emu, come get your girls. Like, what's going on? Mac Daddy. Our Marine has showed up. He said, I heard crowds.
He carried someone else's trapper keeper.
Oh, my God.
And each girl had a role to play to get away with it. One would bring the knife. Another would forge a suicide note to make it seem like he took his own life. And someone would act as a lookout while the other carried out the stabbing. And to
She heard
avoid
him
fingerprints
talking about that bitch Lisa Frank and was like, we got to kill him.
Bro, could you imagine?
on the murder weapon, they would wear gloves. Documents say the friends came up with the plan during lunch and recess on October 1st. Legacy administrators worked with the school resource officer to investigate when students who overheard the plot came forward. The next day, their backpacks were searched and the suspects were individually questioned with their parents present. All 4 children were then arrested for threatening and disorderly conduct misdemeanor charges. The police report says 3 of the students showed remorse, but the 4th would smile and laugh while making excuses for their actions.
Man.
Tonight we're learning new details about a...
Oh, I haven't been doing points. I feel bad.
Yeah, damn.
Hold on. This is on me, chat. Hold on.
We got to give points to society first for the liquor store robbery.
That's what I was going to say. So I'm going to say society will give, honestly, dude, like I'm going to give a lot for that. I'm going to do 390. That was a lot of points.
Take points from feds for normalizing that you can just get a Navy surplus vest and a freaking mask over your face and call yourself law enforcement now.
I'm going to say, yeah. Let's. I'm going to take 50 for that on the robbery.
Mm-hmm. Put on your damn uniforms and wear a badge. And wear a body cam.
On the very first one, I will zero out all of the debt. For second responders, they can go be debtless now.
They're -0.
No. They're debtless.
There you go.
I'm going to say, what was that? Would that be deputized, you think, that responded?
Well, I think so. Just based on the numbers, it was like 200 and something special deputized and then like 71 officers. I'm going to call them Gunilla because I don't want to say the whole thing every time.
I'm going to take 40 from that, just on how slow that response was. Again, could things have been done differently? Sure, or whatever, but am I missing anything else here?
There you go.
Oh, and then State Boys. You can play it. I'll do it for pitting. Oh, wow. It was a good pit.
Mm-hmm.
And then some for admin for backing it up. I'm okay with that. Okay. Now,
I think we're caught up.
Society, right?
You'll let us know if we missed anything.
For raising bad kids. Suspects for writing down all their stuff and making a plan and telling people about it. And this is likely municipal.
Taking notes on a criminal conspiracy.
Right. I would give points to municipal for foiling this plot.
Mm-hmm.
And then interviewing
for taking
them.
Down this organized crime ring.
Yeah.
Surprise.
And they charged him with what they had, as criminal conspiracy or whatever it was. All of that's going to get sealed.
So there's going to be juvenile detention, basically.
Exactly.
For him. Yeah. Little child fight club.
I have this is like a little tool bag. I think it's from Husky or something like that. I have this exact tool bag.
I think I've seen those at Home Depot.
I too can be this guy.
This is what Scary Movie, right? Duty.
Yes. Deputy. I will give points to society for that. You know what? That's true.
Doofy. Not duty.
Doofy.
Man facing felony charges in Madera.
Goon said take from media for the first one because Josh was mad at people not covering it better.
Oh, you know what? That's right.
Yeah, because they were going with the hero cop narrative.
Well, that's kind of what I mean. Is like nobody went and asked the question of like, so you're at the press conference, right? Like, what's everybody else doing? Like, is it classified? Like, is there a reason we don't know? Like, if you're an investigative journalist, you have a responsibility to ask that question. That's your job. And maybe you're hypercritical and nobody likes you because of it, but that is your job. That's our job. That's why we're asking these questions. Okay, here we are.
County accused of impersonating a law enforcement officer, and the sheriff says this is not the first time he's done it.
This person has showed up now twice.
I was mid-sip, so I didn't say it. And I was like, really? Does that count with his, like, screwed up as this guy's attempt at a uniform was? Yeah. And then I saw this guy's uniform, and I was like, okay, it's close. Okay. I'm tracking why they were nervous about how close this was.
With this equipment.
Sheriff Tyson Pogue says 40-year-old Andrew Biscay first made himself known to deputies when he showed up at the Madera County Courthouse.
He showed up at the courthouse with a makeshift badge, wearing a uniform, and told security staff there that he wanted to meet and salute the deputies in the courtrooms.
Biscay was released, and charges were later filed against him, but he didn't show up for court. That resulted in a warrant for his arrest. Fast forward to Friday morning around 9 o'clock, deputies were called to a home on Avenue 12 in Madera County for a family argument. When they got there, they ended up taking Andrew Biscay into custody.
He's facing a multitude of charges, including resisting arrest, elder abuse, vandalism, carrying a concealed firearm, carrying a non-conventional firearm.
A search of his pickup truck
I'm like somewhere between deciding whether this is an ice truck or not. like it's got the topper on it, which is expensive.
Yeah.
Like those are expensive, right?
Yeah.
And like it looks square. Like it doesn't look like it doesn't have any dings or anything like that.
Like if you didn't have the ugly ass star on it,
right?
And you just had like work tools in the back, this would be a solid work truck.
That's what I mean, dude. Like,
this would be a solid. Like I could see this at a construction site. I'd see this
and this is like a
electrician
Lear.
coming.
This is legit, like a nice one. It's like is going with the body contour, and it's the half door. It's not like the full 4-door. So that's
but usually like if
you're right,
if it's a work truck,
right? It's just you.
My
and
brain goes
one
straight
other
to like, oh, this is just a nice work truck that's been doing a good job for a while.
What a wild time.
Which had a badge on the door, turned up a makeshift badge. A makeshift.
All right. We got is that Black's Law Dictionary that I see on the left?
I think it is. So,
hey, I want to give a shout out for the court case little booklet here.
Oh, dude, yeah,
so
landmark decisions.
Bro, he's studying up on case law, not just.
So, and I'm kind of torn again with the gun, because it's got 2 cylinders. And one's fully loaded. So it makes me think it works. If this works and he made it himself, I'm going to give him a solid 5 out of 10. Because that's wild if that thing works. Probably didn't work well. Now it is, this looks like 22 long rifle. So the pressures aren't that high. So it can be kind of ghetto and made out of something junky.
Might explode in your hand.
Well, my guess is this is like I don't want to call it like a gravity hammer. There's no trigger. So my assumption is that the like striations back here, he just pulls against this spring, and it's rim fire. So you just gotta hit some part of the back of that thing, and it'll kind of go. But it looks like this is like a lockable cylinder. You just turn it. If that thing works, dude, solid 5, maybe even a 6 out of 10. Just for creativity. I'm guessing this is painted. This is sewn. I think it's like the post office thing. I don't know what eagle this is.
Stock image eagle.
There's some disrespect on these American flags here. He gave himself a sergeant's rank. This is as close to that, right? And then he gave himself some senior stripes here. The lapel looks sewn on. Maybe the whole thing's sewn on. That's wild. I'm wondering if he had this tied around his waist because there's like a chain on it. It's kind of like a ghetto, necklace, like a ghetto belt buckle or a necklace. He did write U.S. Marshal Deputy. U.S. I can't read this.
So for all your impersonation needs, you can get one of these at the dollar store.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm trying to figure out what this is. Is it like a dome light? Like a little...
yeah, I think so. That's probably like similar to what I got back here.
That's yellow. You can't really charge them for that. It's yellow.
No.
Like, this is stupid that they put this on there. But I guess and zip ties could be tools. Technically, this...
I mean, I got a ton of those in my car for the kidnappings.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
Like, what is the Biscay? What does that mean?
I mean, his name's Biscay.
Oh, okay.
So I'm guessing it's like police and it's his.
Okay,
like it's issued to his. Oh my goodness. I'm sure there's some kid that would pay like a lot of money thinking this is like the distressed look or whatever.
Baton and a homemade uniform.
The uniform.
This is hardly a baton. I mean, this is like a mop stick at best with some electrical tape.
That he was wearing did not resemble any sort of deputy sheriff uniform.
Right. So how do you get him with impersonating?
Yeah. I think he's a fanboy. This looks like cosplay.
No, but I mean, like, there has to be... I guess they're getting him on the intent. Because, like, even though it was a poor attempt, it's still an attempt. But... I don't know.
It did say he was a U.S. deputy marshal, and it was more of
it said he was a U.S. marshal deputy.
There it is.
Uniform.
The sheriff says one item found in his vehicle was extremely concerning: a makeshift homemade firearm.
Oh, dude. In no universe does this work. I'm trying to figure out. Maybe it works. So the rims are exposed, and this is cut in a way that the rims could be exposed. So it could theoretically work. I just don't know that it'll work well. Because how does this open? Like to get the new cylinder in.
It pops right out.
Oh, this cylinder gap's atrocious. I don't know, dog. This maybe goes off once. I don't think he ever tried this.
Would that even cycle?
No, it's the thing is you'd have to, my guess is you're having to manually turn and hold it and like slam it, basically. I don't know. He tried. This is effort for sure.
Ghost gun.
Yeah. Its function is ghostly and not present.
Along with ammunition. The sheriff says sometimes unmarked vehicles do make traffic enforcement stops, but
why do unmarked...
Balenciaga is selling this outfit for $20K now.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Lisa,
I've seen him sell worse
you don't.
stuff.
So a really easy example is I actually have one of these. It's a replica of a Colt single action. On Colt single actions, literally the whole idea when you see people fanning a gun, they would just hold the trigger down and pull the hammer back, and it would slam forward. On the pullback, you could technically get that mechanism to rotate your cylinder, and then when the hammer falls, it sets the round off, and then literally fanning it, we just rack in the back of the gun. It can be just spring fired basically with that hammer. But yeah, there was no trigger.
But it's pretty rare.
So most law enforcement vehicles are very clearly marked. They have, they're
all of them should be very clearly marked unless they're for observation, but whatever.
A lot of them are black and white. They have full light bars across the top. Somebody steps out, they're in full uniform. They look like law enforcement.
Now, anyone who may have been stopped by Biscay posing as an officer is asked to call the Madera County Sheriff's Office. And you can read more about this story right now by clicking on your...
We're going to put this under fish cops. Yeah?
Yeah, that was a weird one.
It's just such a poor attempt. You know, like that's the thing.
Yeah, I think it was it Janko or was it Frag? Who did I see basically say like they're iffy on this one, that it wasn't just like an autistic guy who was like
that's what I mean,
that wanted to get
dude.
some pictures or something.
That's what I mean.
You know?
I'm giving deputies 5 points. The guy didn't get beat up in the process, right? Like,
yeah,
nobody got hurt. Some sort of intervention probably had to happen, but like, oh, dude, if Chris is like, here comes 1,000 calls. If that's the case, then yes, they took effectively a terrorist off the street. Dr. Punish, what's up, dog? I have a Dr. Zivia.
I have a cop cutie, cute on duty, coffee mug.
On January,
here's our thumbnail one.
20 ouncer, it's gigantic.
Was that what Eric Baldwin says for his accident?
Yes, that is the gun Alec Baldwin had. This guy got it.
Yeah, so a single action trigger, theoretically, you'd still have to hold the trigger down. This guy's an idiot, but yeah. There's some 320s. You don't have to touch the trigger; they can just send it. Technically, there are some models of 1911s. It's the same issue, the floating firing pin.
February 27th, 2024, an officer on patrol in Waukegan, Illinois, located a stolen Hyundai Elantra parked in a Starbucks parking lot with 2 suspects sleeping inside. The driver, later identified as 27-year-old April
I will take points for I can fix her comments.
Haynes, was about to get a surprise wake-up call.
Again, right car in the parking lot. There's only 8 cars in the parking lot saying Starbucks.
No, Christy, I'm not taking points for the cosplay gear. I was barely cosplaying.
22 or 28. 10-4.
Michael, no.
Hey, you don't see anybody in it, do you? Is there? All right. Asleep. Get out the car. 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 Keep your hands up. your hands up. Keep your hands up.
Get up.
Come out. Come out right now. We're going to pull you out. Get out of the car. Keep your hands up. Keep your hands up.
I don't know why this fool's being so friendly about it. It's a stolen vehicle, dog. Well, now he's raw dogging it, so he's brave for that. But
come out. Come out right now. We're going to pull you out.
Help yourself.
Get
buddy.
out of the car. Pull up. Get. Pull up.
Whoa! Stop the car.
This is not a deadly force encounter. What are we doing? We're doing it to ourselves. They are technically doing better than the Idaho guys letting FD die, but what are we doing? Like, we're just gonna watch? Bro, I'm doing more sitting watching this YouTube video than old boys. Maybe this is not for you. Maybe I don't go back.
Get him!
By the way.
What are we doing? Is this not a deadly force encounter? I haven't seen a single person draw their gun. Not to mention do anything else. Like, could you clear the scene in the sense of like get away from the car and get in your cars and figure out where the car's going? Sure. You could do that if you didn't feel like you didn't want to go and ghetto blast this lady in that car seat. But like, this is a deadly force encounter, homie. What are we doing? Oh, really? Hold on. I need to know. She's saying Chelsea was ready to do something about it, but got told to stop.
Come out. Come out right now. We're going to pull you out. Get out of the car.
Pull up.
Get.
Pull up. Whoa! Stop the car. Get him! By the way. What? Get on the ground. I didn't. Get on the ground.
Yeah, you're an ass-tail make at that point, Doc. Get on the ground while he's getting thrown on the ground.
I didn't do anything. Ow! Sir, I didn't do anything. I didn't even fight with you. What am I getting in trouble for? No, you can stand in a second. Ow!
So a very good job of. So he pinned his hips. So we talk a lot about knee on neck and why that was problematic for a while. One, it doesn't do a great job of keeping people on the ground. This guy is trying to posture up, but he's got this man's full body weight on his lower back, which is one, painful, but two, you can't get your hips up off the ground. If you can't get your hips up, you can't get your feet up under you. You can roll in this instance, but if you roll, there's some things you can do if you are a skilled practitioner of empty hand skills. You just go to a modified mount and you go back to knee on neck or knee on lower back or knee on stomach. Just a way better way to keep somebody on the ground, which aids in a handcuffing position. If this was knee on neck or knee on shoulder, the problem ends up being is they can posture up and roll, and then they're up and running, and it's a whole issue. So this is actually a very good job. Vectro, someone in Seattle. This is average Starbucks fee. That's funny.
Come here. Stop resist. Hey, can I get...
I'll be honest, this fool probably gets head pushed into the pavement here. That's going to sound mean and awful, but I have no idea if this guy's going to try to retrieve a weapon or something like that. This dude gets... How about you stop that? I can make this more comfortable for you, but you got to chill. This guy hasn't been searched. They were in a stolen car. A car that's currently trying to run over other officers. Like, you need to get this situation sorted out. He's doing a good job. I'm never going to condemn an officer for attempting to use less force. The problem is if it's not effective. De-escalation stops working when you don't have control of a situation. Kind of the same issue I have with the whole car situation. This car's back and forth and back and forth, and it's going to just start running people over here eventually, right? If we're not escalating force at that point, we're not gaining control. A kid can get hit by this. Another officer can be. This is not enough.
You want more over here?
Just stop.
Put your hands behind your back.
I'm trying to just...
Put your hands behind your back. Kramer.
All right. Can you just let go for a second so I can...
He's trying to roll.
Stand still.
De-incentivize posturing up. Every time you posture up, I'll put your face back in this pavement. So you give me your hands.
Come in.
That'll incentivize it right there. Jump. They get a pass. I'll give them 10 points. We're at -10 so far, but I'm giving them 10 points for this.
Just Milo, watch that guy. Watch that guy. Watch that guy.
What's going on here, bro? If you were this owner, you'd be pissed.
Kramer, keep your pedal on it.
We're sorting it out. Oh, that's a cracked windshield.
Hey, put your gun away. Put your gun away. Do not shoot it.
We're not in any threat at all. We're hitting her with a car, but we're not going to point a gun at this lady. With the car pinned, is there a better argument to not shoot this car? 1,000%, right? Because this car is posing a less deadly threat than it was before. But we have no idea what's inside this car. Again, stolen vehicle. Could be, she could totally be armed. Let's start this gunfight from the holster, right? Or worse, the car somehow shakes loose, right? And ends up running over somebody. Like, let's start this shooting from the holster. Like, no. Do you not trust her with her trigger discipline? And maybe that's the case. Have I told another officer to put their gun up? Yes, but it's because I had a gun in my hand. I was like, yo, dog, I've seen your qual scores, and I know mine. Like, if pew-pews have to happen, I'm going to be the one that does it. If anything, you're unburdening another officer and just giving them another assignment. You're not getting rid of your lethal force. You don't make lethal force decisions for other people unless you decide that you're going to take that burden on yourself. That's ridiculous.
Stop. Just let her go. We're not going to fucking jump on her.
Break the window.
Yeah, bro, Cassie's trying, or Chelsea over here's trying, dude. Well, let's break the window. Let's punch her in the face. I don't know, something.
Do something. Be proactive.
Like, the whole back of this car is not secure. This lady has shown zero, like, remorse or care for anybody's safety here. Get a car and pin her in. Like, take this car and pin her in.
Yeah.
Then at least you could do it with some level of safety, you know? Like, ugh.
I'm not feeling super comfortable about this body cam standing where he's standing.
Dude. What are we doing?
Given the erratic behavior.
Like, old boy who's been a voyeur this whole time. He's been in the proverbial tactical cuck chair over here. Like, take your patrol car. Like, this is going to be a fleet. Everyone's involved in this accident already. Let's think about officer safety here. Just take that thing and just... Now it doesn't have time to accelerate. It's y'all's heavy-ass vehicles against this little Hyundai's, a 1.4 liter nothing engine, right? Come on, dude. Yeah, you should ask for more.
That's literally my wife's car. For the Elantra. Yeah, Curb will take it out like
that. The Starbucks employee crashing out. This is stressing me out. Witnessing. Waiting for her to get tuckered out, I guess.
There you go. Oh.
Get on your face.
Really dude.
You're under
like
the outcome,
4 feet taller than her.
Yeah, the outcome was good. I'll give him that. Shout out to the outcome outside of somebody else likely getting injured in this. But, like, what are we doing?
Arrest. Do not move. Do you understand?
Well, you're going to want her to get out.
What does she have? Oh, nothing.
Gloves.
To investigate. Turn on the side.
Yeah, she.
Where's it?
You, my friend. For now, just because I'm mad about it. The outcome was good. So I'm going to give him points because the outcome was good. Nobody else got hurt that didn't need to get hurt. They showed up and at least took them both into custody without anything extra. From a de-escalation standpoint, this would be considered a win. If I'm evaluating this from purely, we're going to use the least amount of force possible to get the best possible outcome. My problem with it is it required a incapable suspect or an unmotivated suspect for that to happen. You don't like, oh, thank God the school shooter had bad aim. He ran out of bullets. Like that's again, same thing.
Well, and in this case, I would say more like an inexperienced suspect.
Right.
If she was motivated. She just didn't know quite how to kill you.
Right. Didn't have the skill set for it. Right.
Yeah.
And it's like, it goes right back to the initial call that we covered, right? Where I'm like, hey, dude, is it a good thing to have to run up a mountain and try to get in a gunfight with a guy that's already shooting people? No. But that's the hand you're dealt. The dudes on Normandy weren't like, well, this is inconvenient. I'm just going to not. They were like, hey, this is the burden that I'm being tasked with. Let's just get it over with. And then that's the expectation. And so my frustration is like they let her dictate that scene for way too long. And they got lucky that nobody got hurt. And the de-escalation crowd's going to say, well, look, it's a good outcome. High five. Here's a commendation. Good supervision should see that and address it of like, what did you do to make that happen? Oh, the lady got out and tried to run.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Cool.
And also, let's review your previous body cams and see if maybe there's a pattern of when you go light on people and when maybe you go a little darker.
Yeah.
If you get my meaning.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because, yeah. There's been a male even.
Bro,
guarantee you.
Peter been
completely different. Bro.
Different part of the shade chart.
Mm-hmm.
Different kind of car. It was that Chrysler 300, right?
Mm-hmm.
With rims. I don't care if it's a felonious
There's no put your
grandma.
gun away on that one.
Dude,
yeah.
Right. Bro, equal application of the law. You want to see it. I get real frustrated when I see shit like this. I'll take
Bye,
some
Tyler.
from suspects for being a D-bag. Tyler, leave.
Yeah.
Bye, Tyler. Medals of valor all around. Guys.
I got mine.
Bro, I have beef with that call. Again, outcome was good. I am grateful for the outcome. I don't like seeing a call like that and not addressing like, hey, we should all be concerned with how much we were dependent on the suspect for cooperation. The guys in the driveway did great, though. Dude couldn't figure it out on his own, but he at least didn't lose his position of dominance. He got in one and hung out. Bought him time for somebody else to show up. Got the guy into custody. It was no issue. No lectures. That was a good example of not using too much force, right? Versus theirs was an awful. It was the tale of two cities happening right there.
It was the best of policing. It was the worst of
no
policing.
shit.
400,000 pounds of marijuana in storage. So much evidence is kept and stored that is no longer needed.
This is cocaine from a case in the 90s. The suspect has already gone. He pled to 20 years. He's already out. We're still storing it in the building.
This is a problem for property rooms everywhere in the country.
This is marijuana from 1993. No value other than we're storing it and keeping it here, and it just attracts rodents.
I have some friends who can help you with disposal, including a couple in this chat right now.
I don't know what you'd want from the 90s, though, dog. That's probably, ooh.
Too weak?
No, just, it's been sitting in a bag. Ooh.
I mean, it's free.
I mean, if it's free, why not?
It's free, man.
Let's take a dive, right?
Yeah.
They're drug-addicted rats.
Hey, you know it doesn't have fentanyl on it.
That is very true.
Huh?
That is very, very true.
Bro, this guy looks like he's been helping dispose himself. Look at his eyes.
I was about to say the same thing.
He's been record keeping, bro.
Drug addicted rats and bookkeeping.
They're tough to deal with.
So as of right now, we will be destroying any narcotics evidence that has been obtained prior to 2015.
If it's no longer needed, we can have that space for property that is important.
We want to make sure we're not storing stuff that essentially has no more value within the legal system.
But first, a step.
I mean, we made an administrative decision that made sense. Do we really need a press conference? What are we doing?
Maybe they're just warning everybody that that cloud of smoke they don't need to inhale.
That's fair.
Those are not chemtrails. That's just us burning.
I'll give them
all
10
the marijuana
points.
from the 90s.
I'm honestly gonna take 10 points from media for coverage.
Yeah, for that awful slow motion that they tried to sneak in there.
It was
atrocious.
not great. But yeah, make an administrative decision. Cool. We don't need a whole destroying. Everybody's like, right. Destroying. Oh, is this the lady on the bridge? This looks like the lady.
Oh, is this homegirl with the lawn chair?
My body's ready.
Bro, I saw this on Dallas, Texas TV Instagram, and I thought this was in Dallas. I was like, bro,
right?
I was just driving on this.
I was just there.
Yeah.
Standoff that shut down the North
Houston.
Freeway for several hours today. It is finally over tonight. And we saw some very touching moments as the armed woman who
shout out to
caused that
revolver.
standoff finally surrendered.
Trying to be keeping it classy.
And appears to thank the deputies who convinced her to put down her gun.
Yeah, she had been sitting in a lawn chair in the middle of the North Freeway for 5 hours, bringing traffic to a halt. Matt Doherty live from I-45 near FM 1960 in North Harris County with the story tonight. Matt?
Yeah, the intense standoff stopped traffic.
Put her in prison and never let her out. Bro, shutting down I-45 for 5 hours.
Oh, no, it's fine. Like, that slight drizzle does that on its own.
But, like, you know what that does to the economy? Just that much slowdown? Like, every little accident, every little whatever. Like, bro. Chris, chill.
Also, based on, like, all the studies of, like, commutes and their effects on your health, like, the amount of heart disease has gone up, like, 5% from that.
That's what I'm saying.
Houston.
Traffic here for hours, but luckily it ended peacefully and nobody was hurt.
Precinct
4 deputies say this afternoon's chain of events started at about 1:30 this afternoon when a woman intentionally crashed into the back of an 18-wheeler on I-45. When they arrived, she was sitting in a chair in the middle of traffic holding a .38 revolver.
I bet it works, so we're going to give her 5.8 out of 10. 38's a little weak sauce. I would have wanted 357, but
who has history of mental illness. She's been transported to the hospital for help.
And it's for that reason that we're blurring the woman's face. For hours, officers and negotiators spoke with the woman trying to get her to put down the gun. From what we could see, she held the pistol in her right hand with the barrel rested on her shoulder during the standoff. All the while, traffic piled up as lanes of the freeway had to be closed for safety. Rush hour diverted vehicles onto feeder roads, side streets and neighborhoods, and inconvenience for drivers trying to get home.
There's no price to put on life. If we'd had to stay here multiple hours, we would have.
Just before 6:30 tonight, we watched as the woman dropped the pistol on the ground and stood up from the chair, shaking the hands of the officers, even giving them hugs. We asked what negotiators said that finally made the woman surrender.
At some point, we found something that she was willing to
And
grasp
everybody
onto
got out of
to
their
stay
cars
alive.
and clapped and cheered.
bro, she tried that in Houston and PD saved her life. Shout out to them. We talking about Wimberley today.
What happened in Wimberley? Did I miss something?
I don't know. Google it.
I've Airbnb'd in Wimberley.
T2 Force 21. Welcome.
And that was the most important thing that occurred here today. We saved a life.
Deputies say the woman was taken to the hospital for psychological help. They also say that she could be facing some charges for that initial crash with the 18-wheeler.
Bro, she should be seeing charges for blocking the freeway. Sorry.
Pedestrian or roadway.
This is Deputaz. I'll give him 5. It was a good outcome. Suspects I will take points from for shutting down the freeway. And then media. I'll give them. They did what they could with that story.
There were among 3,000 wanted persons sent invitations to a party in the
on the lady in the lawn chair from like 3 streets away.
Right. They offered her Cowboys ticket. Yeah, in Houston, that's a struggle. They got the Texans. Like, you thought we had it bad.
Football match, but they didn't know that the offer to see the Washington Redskins in action had come from the police department.
They're queuing. Oh, we've seen this. It's also the Young Turks, so I'm going to skip anyways. But the it's like the opposite side of, what is it? They're the opposite side of the aisle from like Alex Jones, basically.
Yeah.
The, yeah, have beef. But they lied to these people about winning tickets. They all showed up. They all had warrants. Get wrecked. I believe this was a municipal police department. I will give them 10 points for creativity. I will give.
Yeah, I remember. I think we saw that video back in like the early days.
It's been
of
a
stream.
minute. Yeah.
We'll they do that periodically. They do that with. We've seen one where they tell them they want a boat. We've seen one where like obviously football tickets is a popular one.
Yeah.
There was a TikTok I recently saw where the guy was talking about he was a bail bondsman, but they basically like called back when there were still landlines,
right,
and told this guy's mom that they were a recruiter and they had a job for him for $25 an hour, like a good job opportunity. So she goes, "Marlon, get over here! They got a thing!" And then they got him to confirm like his date of birth and that he was inside the house. And then they all showed up and got him. I was like, damn.
Yes, beautiful. I can do 2 seconds. Yeah. Juan, you're going to have to hold it forward down for 2 seconds.
All right. We're gonna lie about what's about to happen.
Lie about it.
Time for me to be media. Let's go. All right, so clearly there's got suspects right here. Flying down the highway. Okay, there's no sound. I hope we see a pit before Josh comes down.
Okay, what'd I miss?
You missed the pit.
Oh, for real?
No.
Oh,
I literally just said, I was like, I hope they get hit before Josh comes back. As soon as I said that, you come back. Lame.
More like Tucker Carlson.
Probably, yeah, more. Because Alex Jones is like outside of reality, I feel like. I've never watched the Clips, so I don't know what they
I feel like
do.
Well, they have like one person that's always like their job is to be the off the wall kind of person, and the one person that's supposed to be like the reasonable, rational one, and they switch all the time.
Oh, so they got like the CNN model.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Of like,
that's
we're just here to fight about stuff and make drama.
No, because they're still like technically on the same side of the fence, right? Tucker Carlson's close. It's just he doesn't have that like. If there's not a good comparison, just because they're also outside of legacy media, technically.
I mean, there's not. Yeah,
they do some hot takes periodically.
Yeah,
they do some really hot takes. I'm like, dog.
Yeah, I think honestly, like the two political sides have such a vastly different media ecosystem.
That's
it's hard to
what I mean.
compare one to one.
Yeah,
I feel like the right has more like individuals with influence, and the left has more like groups.
Yeah. Hyperbolic is it frags out here with the $4 words. It's meant to be that, if it makes any sense. Like it's meant to be the hot take. It's like Dom, the guy that we were talking about the other day. Like he does police stuff, but he just makes it hyperbolic for the sake of engagement. Like most of the time, probably a little too far on one side of the fence. I was like, well, you're saying this to be inflammatory. And like one day out of 7 in the week, he'll say something I can like mildly agree with. But the rest of it, I was like, okay, that's too much. Like you need to take a whole ass step back. Like it's weird how much my opinion has softened on administrators only because I see who they're employing. And I'm like, well, like it ain't just all admin, dog. Like y'all some bad cops out here. What are we doing? Running in like a Ford Fiesta. What is going on here? If you transport a person from one jail to another, how would that happen? Typically, we didn't do that. We had transport staff to do it. Jailers would do it. The only time we would is every once in a while, depending on the charge, we would get to the jail, and the jail would say, screw it, take them straight to county. We would just do it in our patrol car. Just take them. They get to the Sally Port. The jail sergeant's like, well, I kind of want them to go to county because I don't want to do all the booking process, take all of his stuff, then have to wait. Let's just send him now. Same thing happens where like if people need to go to the hospital, it always happened that way too. They're in custody for a very real charge, right? They like, I don't know, killed somebody in DWI or something. So I'm stuck with them. And we get to the jail and then they're like, well, my back hurts. And the jail sergeant looks at me. And he's like, that's a you problem, dog. And I'm like, so EMS will come in, wheel them out. They're in custody, so I'm stuck with them because I'm not going to get approval for like letting them go because someone died. So like, no, they're going to be in custody for this. So I have to sit there until they're released from the hospital, or somebody does. After a while, you start taking turns. But anyways. It tells you how much this Ford Fiesta is struggling because it's barely passing these cars. So where's this again? Wisconsin?
20.
A little boop.
Hands up! Get hands up!
I'll send the 320. But at least we're addressing the car with deadly force.
Hands up!
No, good luck. Oh, we made it! Oh, this is looks like a Louisville Delta Point Pro. My dog, a Louisville Delta Point Pro.
Put your hands up! Put your hands up!
Oh, never mind. It's a burst fast fire. Okay, super sin. Never mind. Sorry.
Hands up! Put your hands up! You're gonna get bit with a dog! Put your
Do not throw your dog into that car.
No kidding, dude. Yeah, just
What
boop
are you
'em.
doing?
Just
Into
boop
the
'em.
middle of the highway, too.
Yeah.
Keep beeping under the- There you go. See? You're getting it into the ditch.
Sheriff 93, here
That full focus can't get out of there.
Yeah, good luck now. Oh, just the attitude adjustment. This is
up!
getting.
South end. We've ran them multiple times. Get the out of the car!
Don't let the dog.
Back up! Back up! Back up! Back up!
I didn't copy. I heard something about Ram.
He's trying to ram him. South of end.
I'm calling, Blair.
He's going to turn that car into a cube at this point.
There's Creed playing in the background. Do you hear it?
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Give up. You're in a Ford Focus.
Did he drop his gun?
I think it looks like it. He's planted his gun. Other officer has an excuse. No, he put it away. I think he's holstering it there.
Okay, thank God.
Yeah.
I was like, whoa, hold on.
He said, I got lethal cover. It's fine. Let me see if I can get these keys.
I feel so much better. I'll tell you what. This guy's getting a stiff right jab to the face. I'm with Juan on maybe pistol whipping this fool at the end of the day. I would also maybe prefer, especially because this car is probably good and stuck. It's a lot of vegetation. It's a 2-wheel drive car with probably pavement pounders, you know. Probably just get up on this roof so one of you gets on the other side and just start tuning this fool up. And if you got it clear, he can at least shoot down into this car. Just smoking him now is probably ill-advised. The car's pretty inoperable. I get that he's trying to get it back on the road, but I don't think it's probably happening. But a lot more forced. One of the very few times I'd bless OC, to be honest, because it would demotivate him to be in that car. Taser's probably not going to help you because you're just going to.
Do you think that door will open?
Or
did he bash it too many
I think
times?
he probably hit it too many times, unfortunately. It's worth trying, though, at the very least. I don't know that I want to get in said car just because I could be taken hostage, but at least it's giving you leverage to turn the damn car off.
You're gonna get tased. Turn the car off. I don't care. Turn the car off. Do it now. Turn the car off. Turn the car off.
He didn't even tase him. He's just acting.
Give suspects points. I love the sassiness of this. That's hilarious.
Taser threat was effective. I'll give suspects points.
Like, I've been electrocuted.
That's pretty funny, actually.
That's great.
Hey, still trying to get away.
Red dog in the glass is not my favorite thing.
Sheriff 53, we got the car turned off. Starting an ambulance. Look at his pacemaker's going
Is that the new taser, the wireless taser that they're using?
pacemaker's going off! Oh my god! Grab this hand. Oh my god! Get out of the car!
Chris.
My fucking pacemaker!
Chris, stop spending money.
He's got a pacemaker.
Oh, even better. He won't be a taxpayer problem anymore.
Oh my god! Oh, my pacemaker's going off! Oh my god, my pacemaker's going off! Put your hands on your back! My pacemaker!
Hey, well, don't resist, and we won't be in this problem, right? What was that pacemaker when you were ramming cars and shit? Hmm? Yeah, what he said.
Helping him keep pace.
Pacemake D's. No, you shouldn't articulate that on scene, but
no.
You were not going to make any accommodations for Mr. Pacemaker here until he's in custody. Now, once the handcuffs are on, you can have that discussion. But also, yeah, I also call bullshit on his pacemaker.
Money back!
Django said, what's wild is if he has a pacemaker, the adrenaline dump could be causing it to shock him, which is, I won't say hilarious.
God knows what he's doing.
That would be mean.
Yeah, God knows what he's doing. His plan is perfect.
Somebody didn't love me. Somebody control my pacemaker. You alright? You good? What's your name? He claims his pacemaker's going off. Get him on the side. He didn't do that until we stopped him. Okay, so I'll get to his Yeah. Let it go, buddy. I do have a
Unplug it.
That doesn't explain all this driving behavior, does it? No, probably not. You're gonna kill somebody, dude. All the drugs. Oh my god.
Gloves, homie. What are you doing?
Yeah, that's what you're gonna see. Oh my god. He's good. He's jumping on the floor. Okay. What's your name? He's trying to go backwards on 41, so I said random. No, that's fine.
The big Sarge was like, dude, it's cool, man. I showed up. I finally understand. We're good. What does policy say about tasing a suspect who says, I have a pacemaker? It says, don't resist. You don't have to worry about getting tased. You'd have to know they had a pacemaker. And in that case, you'd probably try to avoid it. The type of person that also needs a pacemaker is not going to be terribly hard to fight. So I will say that. Typically, policy will say something to the extent of, like, if you know for sure that somebody's got some sort of medical complication, but also people lie to you all the time. I'm chewing 5 gum. I got this.
RO Steven Treehouse. Steven, what are you doing today?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I was at the church. And something took over me.
That took over you?
I swear to God.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Oh, dude, they got like a baby bear cat here. That's kind of cool.
Is that like a mini robot?
That's a full-on bear cat. That's a
Sit down there, Chippy. Sit down.
I will assume they got EMS.
Yeah. It takes a while for him to get out there. Us as deputized, I'll give him points. I mean, the outcome was good. Yeah, I'll give him 10. I thought that was good. Suspects, I'm not going to take or give points from suspects. He's kind of pain.
We got to give points to Axon for the wireless activation of that.
Oh, you know what? Yeah. I will bless that, you know. We do them in 50-point increments. Sorry, chat. I can't take in 50s and then not give in 50s. That's true. The new wireless feature for tasing.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty awesome.
It's Bluetooth.
It's basically static shock in your hand.
Huntsville settled a federal lawsuit filed by a man who was kicked by police during a 2021 arrest. Court records show the $15,000 settlement will go into a trust for Kamante Hobbs.
you won a case for unjustified use of force, which would be considered a civil rights violation, right? And you only got $15,000?
That's weak.
You must have barely won.
You settled is what you did.
Bro, what
you
is
settled.
going
You didn't
on?
know how much money you could make. Maybe your
Hobbs was
ambulance chaser lawyer sucks.
22 at the time when a MAPCO employee called police saying he had trespassed at the store at the corner of University Drive and the Parkway. This video here shows him being taken.
$15,000 fixing that knee.
Yeah, so I think the $15,000 is because it was if it's not to the
down
face,
and an officer stomping on him. He was later.
Is a leg stomp taught in a lot of places? No. I wasn't taught like knee strikes and stuff, so maybe it's taught there. If the guy is resisting, let's say this was a shoplifting call, he decides to pull away, he starts fighting. I don't know the nature of how he's fighting. Let's say he's not being assaultive, right? But I can't get him into custody for some odd reason. I got to resort to, this is causing no more pain than a pressure point would. If somebody wants to volunteer to have pressure points applied to them, that's incredibly painful. Now, on the back end, strikes can cause injuries that pressure points can't. Now, stomping on his knee tears his ACL. It's a different conversation, right? Like, I don't. It's not to his head. If it was to his head, that'd be an easy lawsuit. I think you end up winning a lot more, even if no injury comes out of it. And even the worst you get is like a fat lip. The likelihood of injury and the fact that that's not taught pretty much anywhere. No, I'm with Frag too. Trespassing does not merit being permanently disabled. I agree. But that's probably why I'm assuming the settlement was for as little as it was. It was a strike to the leg. Guy's resisting. I don't know that he's resisting with violence. If they can't prove that he's resisting with violence, it depends on what his charge was. If he was just actively resisting, so running or something like that, it kind of goes back to this whole idea of that there's got to be some level of agency. Is what I was doing constituting the force getting used on me? If I lay down, like let's say I totally gave myself up and this dude goes to ghetto stomping on my legs, yeah, easy. I'm not doing anything to justify the force. That's why like the hands up, don't shoot movement was actually kind of brilliant from a marketing standpoint because yeah, I'm doing nothing and I'm getting smoked. Like that is a perfect example of how a lawsuit should work. I'd be curious to see what the charges were.
Hazed. The court's order shows the trust fund will be overseen by a guardian for Hobbs, who has a mental health disorder. The court-approved settlement is not an admission of liability by the city or the officers named in that lawsuit.
Well, tonight,
we didn't teach leg strikes. I'd have been written up for a leg strike, to be honest, unless I could articulate it. Just because we're given better tools than that, right? We have empty hand techniques that we can use that are much more effective at getting that guy into custody. The only time I'm going to see it is if we think he's armed. Let's say we think he's armed and he's resisting and he's reaching for a knife or a gun or something. In that case, I've talked about it before. That guy driving in that car, right, trying to get away, is he reaching for a weapon or anything like that? Not exactly, but this car could very quickly become one. The second it becomes like a kind of weird situation where I don't know that he's going to drive off and hit me or somebody else, oh yeah. Or a right hook to that kid while there's 4 cops present, it's kind of shitty. Versus a right hook to somebody that's in a car. The weapon he's in, right? In that situation, it's all going to come down to how it was articulated. Should you be leg stomping 14-year-olds? Probably not. I think it's a departmental issue. That's likely a lack of training and empty hand skills. So I'm not really hanging the officer out to dry. I just think it's a department that can't afford.
I mean, could be an emotional regulation issue on the part of the officer.
Oh,
too.
yeah.
Because I have a hard time articulating. Right. If you're showing up to this call and you've got one cop already on top of him, another one standing around watching, and a third one coming around, like you're.
And that would have been up to the attorneys to prove, right? Let's look at how.
And that's where I think they maybe have a hard time doing that because they might not have enough video or whatever. Right. Or it might just be like, hey, you can either take the $50,000 payout now, or we can have this go on for 2 years, on a contingency here. And then I take 30% of the settlement anyway if we win. And the guy's probably like, oh, give me the $15,000. I didn't get injured.
Yeah. I think at the end of the day, unless they could prove it was like a sequence of stuff, right? Like if it was a
pattern of
behavior, then for sure, I think you're hanging that officer out to dry. It shouldn't be known. Like, it shouldn't be a surprise that this guy was the one involved in doing that. And if it was, you'd say, well, why did the officer is normally really cool resort to stomping? Then if he says he had a broken bottle in his hand and I thought he was going to stab an officer, that makes sense. Now we have a justified use of force. It's why reports matter. I also like, this is why I'm team body cam, is I have something that's not just my testimony that hopefully captures or gives me the chance of capturing it. And a lot of times too, it's why I teach people to verbally articulate what you're seeing. Hey, put that bottle down, or hey, put that knife down, or hey, stop reaching for a weapon. So that when I'm using force on somebody, it's known to my body, the device recording all of this, right? That's where my mindset was in that moment, versus if I'm just saying stop, if that's all I'm yelling is stop laying down, stop doing the Macarena. Like, why am I hitting this guy? You have to be able to articulate it. It's just less egregious than I thought normally where these lawsuits tend to be. And I think that's why, like I said, and kind of like what Juan said, is like, you can take the money now or wait 5 years for this to go through the courts. And I guarantee their attorney was like, this is really on the line for use of force. If the kid does have some mental health issues, you'll have some kids that have, like, I don't want to say autism because that's probably a little ignorant in 2025, but like some sort of behavioral issue that's caused by a chemical imbalance or a developmental issue. Maybe they got a bit more of an argument, right? It was like, well, they could have addressed that, but if these officers don't have the training, they can't identify it. It looks like a nail, they're a hammer. That's the only downside to these situations. I do think the mental health education side of it, and being able to identify the difference between a person that's just pissed off versus somebody that's stemming and, hyperventilating, is like, oh, that guy's having an emergency versus that guy's a suspect. It is important. See, look, Bain said it. There's going to be proof. There's a burden of proof for all of that for a civil proceeding.
A man is in police custody for allegedly posing as an ICE agent during a robbery in West Houston. So how can you...
I was in Houston again.
You tell if someone is really a federal agent? Fox 26's Jillian Hartman spoke with local authorities about the warning signs.
Well, Houston police say a man is accused of posing as an ICE agent and robbed someone in West Houston. This happened around 1 a.m. on June 23rd along Skyline Drive, where a 29-year-old victim told police that a man claimed to be an ICE agent and stole his money. Now, the next day, police investigated, and take a look at this video. They say that they conducted a traffic stop in 3rd Ward and took the 37-year-old suspect into custody. So how do you spot an imposter? Joining me now is Constable Alan Rosen. So, Constable, what are the red flags people should look out for?
Well, obviously they should look for a marked official patrol car that has proper markings on.
Would be nice, yeah. Would be nice if they were in those. Would be real cool. Real helpful for identifying that they're on official business.
I'm not just getting kidnapped by some random people.
I mean, at the very minimum, maybe, get one of these. It'll at least say,
at least
maybe
we'll do
something,
like right?
Tyrell County Border Patrol or something. We'll get you one. And then at the very least, you can, Legend of Zelda your way in there.
How can you tell someone?
As a concerned citizen. So this is how I'm going to show up. Like this.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. Jeez.
On the outside, not some old beat up car. They should be looking at them, making sure that it's a uniform that's not a security guard uniform, that you can see the patch. Make them show you the patch to show what agency they're with. ICE agents walk around, generally speaking, when they're going to do an ICE operation with ICE raid jackets on. And they always have their official departmental ID.
How old is this? This is from 2024? Because in 2025, it's a little different.
It upsets me because, like, it erodes the legitimacy of the profession, and that's the bad thing, right? As a police officer, I talk about this a lot with like CHL carriers, right? You see a police, just lay the fuck down. Like, it's stressful enough for me as it is, right? Like, I'm gonna show up. Hopefully, I don't screw this up and smoke the wrong person, right? Or get smoked myself. I don't need to be playing whack-a-mole between the actual shooter and the guys trying to help out, right? If I don't care what your operation is or whatever, we should just collectively say, hey, you know what's unsafe and erodes the trust that people put in us as law enforcement professionals? Plainclothes apprehensions. It's just a terrible idea because it's going to cause copycats. And I would like it if this guy pulled. It was that Florida guy that always does this, like Volusia County or whatever it is.
Yeah.
You see somebody in not one of these uniforms, you smoke that fool. Like, that speech I could get behind, right? Because I'd be like, yeah, dude, don't be getting. I don't want somebody taking the authority that law enforcement has to protect people to go and abuse people in, robbing them and stuff like that. But you can't say that because people be doing sussy shit.
Yep.
I have beef. How much force when somebody's taken protective custody, harm of self, others, following Baker. So Baker Act, we called them emergency detentions where I'm from, 5150s and other places. But basically, in a Baker Act or emergency detention, you are, for their welfare, taking them into custody. It's an arrest, but not for a charge. This arrest is to get them mental health help involuntarily. So the articulation here is they're a harm to themselves or they're a harm to others. If they're a harm to themselves, as little force as I could possibly use, period. I'm full de-escalation on that because there's no charge here, right? And what am I going to do? Protect them from hurting themselves? In Texas, it's illegal to hurt yourself. It's like straight up a law. However, nobody's ever been prosecuted for it because if you're successful, who is there to prosecute, right? Now, they start becoming a danger to others, and I do think that you have to look at that a little differently, right? I think this is where a lot of the de-escalation classes make a lot of sense if you could do an emergency intervention of some sort. I think this is where social workers kind of could crush. I do see a non-sworn position being a lot more valuable here because you could take somebody with the actual like mental health education side of it and train them specifically to be like a de-escalation SWAT team. It's like, hey, this guy's not committing a crime. He just wants to hurt himself, right? Let's take the sharpest stick we got for that and see if we can't talk him down. I think it's honestly, too, where women tend to crush, only because more often than not, men try to hurt themselves more than women do. It's just statistics, right? Successfully, too. Like, we commit. We're full send when we decide to do stuff. We listen to women better than we listen to men when we're in an emotionally vulnerable state. There's some psychology to that. Nobody ever yells for dad in their dying moments. They yell for mom, right? There's something to all of that stuff. I think it's probably the worst skill set law enforcement has is in intervening in situations like this. Because a lot of times when we're doing emergency detentions, we often do more harm than good. We're stopping the short-term problem and exacerbating the long-term. I don't like law enforcement as an intervention act for this. I really much prefer, and oftentimes I would do it. I would leverage my authority to get in their house and get them in custody and be like, where's the safety plan? Because I don't want to take him to county. I want you guys to take him to a treatment facility. Because in county, he's going to get worse. In a treatment facility, there's a potential that it gets better. More so than that, long-term treatment is actually having people that are either able to force him to conform or not, or you know what I mean, at least hold him in a more long-term system of accountability. But at the end of the day, I don't like using a lot of force just because, I mean, am I not just becoming the device of which for them to hurt themselves? I don't know. It's complicated. Having made scene on a lot of those, there's no good answer. And especially for the law enforcement officer that's there, like, you're having to make a pure judgment call. And if you're right, cool, awesome, feel good about yourself. When you're wrong, you feel like shit and you think about it for the rest of your life. So that's the reality of it. But anyways, back to this. I think this is stupid.
And if you have any doubt, you can always ask for somebody's official departmental ID. Every officer has one or should have one.
If you ask me for my ID while I'm forcibly arresting you, identify D's is what you're going to get. Mm-hmm. So I'm not saying
badge number is show me your hands.
Right, exactly. My supervisor's going to be en route after I'm done beating your ass. Like that's like once you're in the arrest phase, you know, it's like a very like HR approved. Like
yeah, this is the PR answer for this. Is like this does not apply to 90% of the body cams we see.
Gosh, could you imagine?
And if you're not getting the proper responses from the officer or the person you're dealing with, get on the phone and call 911 because they can also tell you if
relies on these officers being willing to give you the time to do all of that.
Or
right,
what happens when they're not cops?
I'm saying like that's why I did this.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Like there, yeah. The likelihood that I can have that, like, sure, if I'm getting pulled over by a weird looking vehicle with a sticker on the side that looks like it was hand drawn and a cooler instead of a light at the top,
I'll take this.
Like old U.S. Marshal guy, sure, I get it. If I don't know, because it's just a dude wearing a gator over his face and a green hat
coming out of like
that he bought from our merch store, and you know, like, and then you know. Like, he's not letting me reach in my pocket for my phone.
Okay, let's see what Tommy's saying. Feds operate. Well, yeah, the feds are the worst.
Yeah.
I
see it as like
I stopped twice. I stopped a federal agent, having no idea who they were. I stopped. He's like, "You need to let me go." I was like, "I'm gonna let you go when I see a fucking ID." Is what I told him.
Yeah, if these were ATF agents enforcing suppressor laws, like,
yeah, exactly.
Things would be very different.
Yeah, dude.
How this goes.
This is so wild.
You know, there's a reason they wear their little jackets with the big yellow letters when they do that crap.
Yeah.
Same with the FBI when they go, you know, wreck a house in Waco or whatever. At the very least, you know who you're shooting back at.
Yeah, because when this is done correctly,
knowingly and intentionally.
Truly, narcotics, because you'll see this at the local level, right? Narcotics, vice, people like that, right? That you're going to have ununiformed officers doing investigations, right? Mm-hmm. They're observing people, they're having conversations, they're in the know, right? They get on the little radio, say, "Hey, I need 2 uniformed officers to go stop a car." Okay. The regular police shows up. I stop the car, and they're like, "Hey, I need you to pull that guy out." Okay. Then I'm at least there, right? Like, they know nothing sussy's going on. Even on the high-risk stuff, the SWAT team was there in the big-ass armored APC with all the uniforms and the PA system. Like, "Hey, who's my police?" You know, like, I don't know, man. I have beef with this conversation.
If there is a traffic stop or if there's a police activity going on exactly where you are located, we take those cases extremely serious. If we find out there is somebody impersonating a police officer, a lot of extra resources go to that particular case because we don't want anybody out there impersonating us.
Well, thank you for that helpful information. So in this recent case...
Not convinced he was wearing a vest. I already took
he's
points.
A constable.
Yeah, I took points from admin. These douchebags.
How you doing, man? You got some audio?
Good morning, gentlemen. Damn it, we had to cover this. Okay. I'm gonna let this play for a second. I'm just gonna let this play for a second. The timestamp is
how
2 hours.
You? How dare you forget one of the greatest victories of the Mexican army?
Exactly, dog. Bro, it was like the cleanest sweep of clean sweeps. Like scoreboard.
Cleanest of sweeps, bro.
Getting blown out.
Got absolutely shreked. 5th of November is British.
They won't care about that. Oh, that's my wife's birthday.
Mm-hmm. I stopped caring about the 5th of November after the 4th of July. Hey.
Exactly. Let's go.
Eagle screech.
Eagle screech. Well, technically, it's like a hawk screech or whatever. The eagle screech is kind of goofy.
It's a red-tailed hawk, I'm pretty sure.
There it is.
Because actual eagles sound like...
Yeah, top tier. Stop caring about the 5th of November on the 4th of July. That was top tier. That's at 2 hours and 4 minutes.
God bless our homeless veterans.
Yep, I'm a vet too, man.
All right, cool.
Air Force.
All right.
You got your ID on you?
What for?
So
Share Force.
Sarah's about to get offended.
That's why I said it.
Yeah, I was going to say Chair Force, baby.
Because I thought she was in chat.
So I didn't even forget the Alamo, and I'm Canadian. Dude, the Pee-wee movie, before I knew he was weird, was pretty top tier. Also, I think they made an Ernest movie about the Alamo. I'm pretty sure. Protesting, or let's say assembling, or whatever it is. He's got a sign that's talking about homeless veterans and that he wants stuff being done about homeless veterans. I'm assuming somebody called 911 and asked for law enforcement intervention. And he's not blocking access to the stairs. He's not blocking access to the sidewalk. As long as he's not doing any of those things. He's not even in the building. If he was in the building, maybe I could understand a little bit more of like a want to push the envelope here, but he's in a public place, not saying anything offensive. Like if he was saying, you know, something really out of pocket, if this was like a chat comment or something like that, like I get it, but what he was saying is not going to be considered enough to cause offense or alarm. So you're not going to get breach of peace.
Vagrancy.
Vagrancy?
Yes, sir.
Vagrancy.
So do you have your ID on you?
Am I required to give you ID?
Yes, you are.
What would happen if I don't give it to you?
You're going to jail. Period.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Sir, I'm standing on a public sidewalk engaged in constitutionally protected activity.
Correct. But I'm letting you know you're going to go to jail, no questions asked.
Even if I'm standing on a public sidewalk?
Yes. How many times do I got to explain it to you?
So if I don't give you ID, I'm going to jail?
You're going to jail for failure to identify.
Can I just leave?
If you wish to do so, but I need to identify you.
I don't wish to do so.
My feelings. So guys affecting a detention here, right? If I'm Mr. I don't know if this guy's auditing or just being whatever, but I wouldn't give my ID. I'd make this guy try to take me to jail for failed ID or whatever. He eventually pushes out and gives in and gives the ID, but you can't have to provide your ID but be free to go at the same time. It's not how that works. The detention is required. The detention requires reasonable articulable suspicion, right? Of which he said vagrancy. I never charged anybody with vagrancy because I wasn't looking for If I did that, I'd probably arrest half the people in Arlington. To my understanding about the word, this is going to be like in a dilapidated building or something like that. Like maybe nobody owns it, but you're there and it's kind of dangerous. Kind of similar to loitering. Like it might not be illegal to be there, but it's a private business or something like that, which this is a public building. So what are the elements?
So apparently, because I just looked it up, this is the AI overview, so grain of salt, but it says in 1972, the Supreme Court invalidated vagrancy laws.
Oh, wow.
While some related offenses like loitering and public intoxication may still be criminalized, the overarching concept of vagrancy as a standalone crime has been largely abolished. Based on the University of Virginia School of Law and criminaldefenselawyer.com. So
Frag said that he looked it up for Mississippi. He said it's pretty narrow. Like it's not vague like resisting or whatever.
Yeah.
We'll keep going.
I'd like to stay here.
You're not going to stay here, period. I'm going to let you know.
Do I have to leave?
Yes.
Why?
Because I'm instructing you. I'm giving you a lawful order to leave.
It's not a lawful order.
Lawful orders require having lawful authority to do so. But yeah, it's not that.
And if I don't leave?
You're going to jail.
I'll go to jail.
For failure.
And you're Officer Sergeant Joffrian?
Sergeant Joffrian, Officer Andrews.
Right. Y'all have a good day.
You got your ID with you?
So if I don't leave, I'll go to jail.
Yep. Give me your ID first.
And if I don't give you ID, I'll go to jail.
Yes.
See, I think what also screwed him too is he tried to walk away, and they stopped him. This is a detention. Like, had they had this conversation, right, and he walked off and they let him leave, I bet they're fine. I would want a lecture from command staff because that's entirely bullshit, right? But for the sake of saving municipal cops losing more money, I'm going to do this under fish police, right? Fish cops, right?
Even though I've explained to you that I'm engaged in constitutionally protected activity.
I don't care if you explain it to me or not.
Safeguarded by the First Amendment. It's freedom of speech, freedom of religion.
Agreed.
And freedom of assembly on a traditional public forum. The steps of City Hall.
Correct.
I'm not begging for money.
You got your ID?
I'm not begging for money.
Okay. You got your ID.
Do I need to show you my ID?
You need to show me your ID. Yes, sir.
Or what?
you're going to jail.
What
Doesn't
is
matter if you
weak?
commit a crime or not.
Still mad
You
at
have to
you.
identify in reference to a complaint because you're violating.
You know, you need to have reasonable articulable suspicion that a crime is afoot.
I even hit him with that. My dog. Why'd you give up your ID? Meow, 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 meow. Sorry.
You think
Yeah, I do have reasonable suspicion. I just instructed you. So,
vagrancy?
yeah,
What ordinance is that?
city ordinance.
Even though I've explained to you that I'm engaged in constitutionally
You
protected.
don't need to explain anything to me because I literally don't care. This isn't some free will state, man. This ID doesn't say Mississippi.
So you don't have freedom in the state of Mississippi.
If you don't like it, you can go back to Florida. Period.
You're not letting
Did
him
you
go
take an
back
oath
to
to uphold and
Florida.
defend the Constitution when you served?
I absolutely did.
Yeah, and you're not doing that right now.
Okay, that's your
Did you
opinion.
take an oath to uphold and
Man.
defend the Constitution when
that
you
is your opinion.
became a cop?
That is your opinion.
Then you're not doing it right now.
That's your opinion.
Central to Waveland 14.
Go ahead.
10-4, that 27's going to come back to a Marcus Jeffrey, valid, -29, -4.
Weird.
Come on. All right, Mr. Jeffrey, you're free to go.
Free to go? Can I stay?
No, you cannot stay. You got to go.
So if I don't go, I'll go to jail.
All right. You're a lawful order not to come back.
You ready? Right. Please raise your right hand.
So anyways, guy leaves. No arrest. I'm assuming no report. And they did a deposition of this guy. I'm only going to let some of it play because I don't feel like beating this guy in the face too much. This is a sergeant with, what was the agency here? Waveland PD in Mississippi.
Be sworn. You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give and the following clause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right. Sergeant Joffrey on.
Well, we know that doesn't mean a damn thing because this and
Right.
swears, whatever.
Yeah, whatever. Sure, why not?
Frag, I don't think his personality would do well as a clerk at a convenience store. Maybe
No
parking lot
shit.
attendant.
No shit.
Have you reviewed the body cam footage?
Clerk
that
at
was
an
obtained
inconvenience store, maybe.
during your interaction with Mr. Gray? Yes. When was the last time that you reviewed that?
Yesterday.
What's your understanding of the First Amendment of the United States Constitution?
I don't recall. I'm not an expert as far as.
Do you know what the First Amendment protects at all?
I don't recall.
Do you know what the Fourth Amendment to the United States
I
Constitution
don't recall.
protects? Do you know what the Mississippi Constitution provides regarding the right of the people to peaceably assemble and petition the government?
Don't recall.
Do you know what the Constitution of the state of Mississippi provides regarding freedom of speech and the freedom of
It's
press?
like me, somebody
don't
asking
recall.
me, do you know what a lens is? And I go, I don't recall. Do
Right.
you know how to turn on a camera? I don't recall. Like,
when I turn up ISO, what happens to my image? I
Yeah.
don't recall. Like,
Yeah.
Gets more blue.
What is this thing up here? It's like, I don't recall. You don't know what a light is? It's like,
And it's a deposition. So it's not a criminal proceeding. It's just you're taken under oath and they record these statements for, typically it's like a civil process, right? They can't really do this for criminal process unless it's in a court of law, because then you have to have an attorney there that can be like, objection.
can you use this in like appeals for previous
yeah.
criminal convictions
Oh,
that this guy
yeah.
was involved in?
Mm-hmm.
To be like, well, he doesn't know anything about any
Oh,
of the
dude,
things that
I
he's
would
supposed to know.
toss. If I was the DA's office, I'd already be skimming through cases and be like, how many of these were on the line? And just get rid of them all. Because, oh my God.
Do you know what the Mississippi Constitution provides with regard to deprivation of life,
What do
liberty,
we call that ball of
property
fire in the sky?
without
I
due
don't recall.
Seriously, though.
process of law?
Five cousin shouldn't be able to vote.
The only
know what?
amendment I recall is the second.
No kidding, dude.
I'm not a lawyer.
I understand that
You're scarier than a lawyer. Like, you're a law enforcement officer. Like,
You could take someone's life based on your not
Literally.
recalling of these amendments, sir. Lawyer can't do that.
you're a law enforcement officer, not a lawyer. My question was very simple. Do you know?
I don't recall.
He thinks he's at a congressional hearing.
And I'll be honest. Let's say this is his attitude on scene, right? Where he just shows up. You're not detained. You're not anything. I'm just asking you to leave. And he starts getting lectured about, like, do you know what the 14th Amendment is or whatever it is? And he just says, hey, that's not my job. I wouldn't care. Because he's not exercising any unlawful authority, right? He's just like, hey, you're being asked to leave. I can't make you leave. I'm just asking you to leave. And this guy just starts trying to quiz him or whatever. You're not forced to answer any of that shit, right? But, like, you were caught in what I believe to be a gross violation of somebody's civil liberties, and this is your attitude. You got to feel really safe about your employment. You know what I don't know.
Mr. Gray asked you in this video if you had undertaken an oath to uphold and protect the Constitution of the United States of America. Did you provide Mr. Gray's driver's license number to dispatch?
To obtain his information.
What information?
His personal information.
What information?
His information.
What?
His information.
I don't know what that means. What information?
His information. I'm gonna keep it as that.
You can't answer what information you were trying to obtain.
His basic information. His name, date of birth.
That's all on his license. What's more damning about that is because he ran him. It has to be part of an investigation. Like a license plate's one thing. You run a license plate, that's a publicly accessible thing, right? I'm not detaining you to get it. I'm just seeing it. But forcing someone under the penalty of an arrest to give you their ID so I can then do a background criminal history check on you, you know what I mean? Or run you through a system, there's Fourth Amendment violations there. I don't know. I have beef.
All that.
So his name, his date of birth. You said, I'll give you your ID once it comes back. Comes back from where?
Dispatch.
So again, what were you? And so if I called you over the radio or dispatch called you over the radio and said,
I'm skipping through.
And Mr. Jeffrey, when we started the deposition, we were talking about your biographical information. You mentioned that you had received a number of threats from people. Yes. Any of those threats you believe were made by my client?
I'm not the judgment of that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but that's not what I asked. Do you have a reason to believe that my client?
Alex, welcome, brother. I'm getting my my weekly punishment for volunteering to give law enforcement breakdowns. No good deed goes unpunished. Had to be municipals, dude.
Had made any of those threats?
Yes. I said that.
Which threats do you think that Mr. Gray made?
I'm not sure.
When? When did Mr. Gray make a threat that you attribute to him?
I didn't actually say he made a threat. I assumed it has.
And what's that assumption based on?
Everything related to this incident.
You can't cite anything specific that would lead you to believe that Mr. Gray had threatened you?
We were done.
I don't have a better answer to that. You don't have any. You said that you assume I don't countenance people threatening.
Anyways, he's a smug douchebag the whole time. Let me see if they got anything here.
Federal civil lawsuit against the mayor, Sergeant whatever, in city of Waveland, Mississippi. He was deposed October 2024. Please conduct yourself lawfully. Do not make threats. Yeah. I guess no real follow-up past that. I'm guessing this is going to go on for a while.
Wait, hold on. The case has been resolved by the parties.
Oh, wait, really? Resolution of the case does not prohibit Mr. Gray from returning to the public forums of Hattiesburg, Waveland, Ocean Springs, or Forest. So Mr. Gray is the guy who made the video.
Oh,
it's termination. They took his credentials. Let's go.
Contempt of court and perjury. Bro.
This is the first time they've done an actual...
All right, slow applause. Let's give a round of applause.
Actual consequences. He can't be a law enforcement officer ever again. Good job. And look, immediate launch investigation to every arrest he ever made.
There it is.
Because, yeah.
That is... Oh, my God. What happened to my pension? Taxpayers, I don't recall.
Oh, wait, you're replying to the wrong one.
No. Oh, damn. Why did it move? Cancel. Reply.
There you go. I think you scrolled.
That's pretty incredible. Rock solid. You know what? We're giving some points, baby. Let's go. Where's admin? Actually, no. Admin's taking points. They hired this douchebag and promoted him.
Also, shout out to that. Give some points to media because that auditor was...
He put in work, yeah.
And he put in work to actually get a bad cop off the streets. Instead of just harassing random people on the street.
I'll give points for society. Because I also thought he was fair. Because he tried to leave. It's not like he sat there and tried to... He's like, okay, well, this guy's clearly going to be a douchebag about it.
Oh, none of that happened.
What do you mean?
What does that mean? Is that the call? I thought it said it had been resolved by all parties. Hang on. Read it again. What, the cases have been resolved by the parties? That's lame. Actions. Well, if it's been... then how was it resolved? Nothing's been resolved. All right, I take it back. Take points away from him for lying. Tricking me.
Bro!
He tricked me by me not reading the thing correctly. And I refuse to be gaslit like that.
Who informed us? Echo Sierra.
Echo Sierra.
Also, escaped psychotic felon. That's why nobody likes y'all.
Couldn't let us have one thing. Nobody in chat could have read that. It's too small for y'all. Y'all would have never known.
I'm gonna take more points from admin.
Yeah.
We're gonna take points from prosecutors. Take some points from fish cops.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Chat for keeping us honest. I'll take my lick there. Damn!
Buxom, welcome. You are late. Very late.
Buxom, this is the first time your super chats made me feel a little bit better.
We're worried you're pregnant. That's how late you are.
You're lucky I let you keep your points for that. Nobody loves
I should get points for that.
I don't recall.
I don't
Alfredo,
recall.
You butthole. Tommy, I have seen your armory. You don't need money. You need to stop spending money on guns. Whatever. That was municipal. I know it was municipal. I don't need your reminder. Points for dyslexia. Y'all supposed. I had a little gif of this like little anime girl throwing rocks.
Yeah,
I was like literally Chad every time I get on these damn things. Oh, that really bums me out. It feels like the beginning of Cowboys season and you win a couple preseason games. You think to yourself, life's getting better. And the regular season happens. It's like, nope, we still suck. Settled out of court. That's my guess, dude. But
I don't think
that's trash.
Yeah.
Coward for giving up his ID and then coward for settling. Should have sent it. Anyways, he went on a fishing expedition. I'm gonna keep going. This is pissing me off. His list of like things that he wants should happen. Absolutely,
that's exactly what should happen every time.
Trial date is set now for the man who says he was held in jail for months because of a mistake over one letter in his last name. Last fall, Fox 13 Investigates told you about Anthony Robertson, who was mistaken for Anthony Roberson, a man sitting in 201 Poplar with several rape charges and a bond over $1 million. Let's go to Fox 13 investigative reporter Kayla Solomon. She's live at 201 Poplar tonight. So, Kayla, this lawsuit is worth millions, you've learned.
Yeah, Daryl, and although it was filed months ago, as recently as this week, there have been new filings. Now, the biggest is attorneys for Anthony Robertson are asking the county to turn over documents that have to do with those court hearings, as well as his time spent in the Shelby County Jail. But in response, Shelby County is saying since technically that record was expunged, a judge would have to order them to turn over the documents. But we now have an amended lawsuit that gives a clearer timeline of exactly how Robertson ended up in custody.
All I could remember saying was, no, sir, y'all got to have the wrong person. That's not me.
That's Anthony Robertson when he met with Fox 13 last year. He was still dealing with the trauma, held in jail at 201 Poplar for 5 months for crimes he did not.
For 5? Oh, bro. On those kind of charges?
Yeah, that's going in the news and people going to be talking about you. Even after you get cleared.
Bro.
That doesn't really go away.
Lost his job for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Likely house went into foreclosure.
Mm-hmm.
If he's got a car note, that didn't get paid.
If he was in a relationship, that's probably over.
Done, dude. It's not hard. Fingerprint the dude. Oh, that's weird. Your fingerprints come back to someone else.
To slightly misspelled name.
Huh. Let's double check that. I have multiple times detained somebody, right? Something totally unrelated. And a sound X would pop up. That's what it's called. This could be this person. Super crazy, heinous. This guy's eating children. Something like wild. I'm like, whoa. Put the guy in handcuffs. Start doing some double checking. I'm looking at ID pictures. I'm pulling up just to make sure I got the right person.
Mm-hmm.
But
we had that when I was in freaking oil and gas, and all I was doing was making sure like people got their $30 checks or whatever every month.
Right.
Like
goldfish. Dude.
But it's like you go on LexisNexis and you figure it out.
Dude.
You're like, well, are you sure you spelled it right?
I hope he gets paid because it would have taken maybe not 2 seconds. It would have taken a couple minutes to just do your due diligence and make sure you got the right person. Because if like he's saying he's somebody else, what's your social security number?
Mm-hmm.
What's your driver's license? What's your address so I can verify any of those things?
Wouldn't the basics of IDing him have given them all of that information?
Yep. Because I buy that it was a one letter off name. I highly doubt the birthday was the same. I know for sure the social security number wasn't the same. I know for sure his mailing address wasn't the same. And if you had name, date of birth, and address, you can look up the DL or even the ID number and be like, weird. This ID number comes back to a different person. It's close. Nobody in the entire chain of things thinks to check. Like, man. Whoa. Anyways, we'll keep going.
Commit.
It was just like detrimental. Like that was sad. Like every day I got up every day expected to lose my life in there on some charges that had absolutely nothing to do with me.
Since then, a lawsuit was filed against Shelby County and his former public
Chris Kaufman gets it.
defender. Fox 13 Investigates obtained an amended version of that lawsuit that gives
I was
a
literally
clearer
make the point
timeline
of like, hey,
of
why
how
don't you,
Roberts
you can pull up a picture of the guy you're looking for and a picture of this guy and get like a black officer to come look at them.
Right.
You know?
I'm sorry, you're not far enough from the shade chart to verify. Sorry. Yeah. I need you to be the same color. The suspect was already in custody? No.
Wow. So they did have like a mugshot to compare to as well. That's crazy.
Or the fact that the charges should be off the system. It should show suspect in custody. Like the warrant would no longer be valid because he was already brought to a magistrate. So the warrant gets shut off. Wow, that's crazy.
was taken into custody. It started in October 2023 when Anthony Roberson was identified as a suspect for multiple sexual assaults. A warrant was issued for him, and he was taken into custody by October 29th, 2023. Despite remaining in custody, a separate warrant was then issued for Anthony Robertson, who was living in Ohio at the time, in February 2024, 4 months later. He was extradited from Ohio to Shelby County in March, and days later, by March 6th, it says, Robertson began to experience the effects of his diminishing health, as well as stigmas and or fears associated with being charged with aggravated rape and especially aggravated kidnapping, including extortion in exchange for providing for his safety while incarcerated. Robertson remained in custody until July 4th, when his attorney and a judge admitted he was the wrong defendant. The lawsuit says that's also when Roberson was actually provided on the indictment sheet by said ADA, but was inaccurately recorded in the Shelby County Criminal Court clerk's file, which allegedly led to the issue of a warrant and subsequent arrest of plaintiff as the wrong person, and confirmed that plaintiff was released from custody on July 4th, 2024 at 8:30 p.m. Now, Robertson and his attorneys are asking for $5 million in return.
That's not enough. Like, I want to, cripple this department for the rest of forever. Bro, they took you halfway across the country. For the stress balls. I'm sorry, Mac Daddy.
That trial date set for next summer. Daryl?
That is Fox 13's Kayla Solomon live in downtown Memphis. Kayla, thank you.
That's got me messed up. Prosecutors, I'm guessing.
Prosecutors, admin for sure.
Admin, I feel good about that.
I guess if the cops in Ohio, or wherever the hell he was, got the wrong name.
No, so see it this way. They issued a bad warrant is what happened. Mm-hmm. So they issued a warrant that somehow got to that guy.
Yeah, it had the wrong name on it. Yeah, they added a T to the name.
Because Ohio wouldn't care.
No,
because
they picked up a guy.
They picked up a guy and they were like, oh, this is weird. So I guess we just extradite him. They asked, and then the arresting agency or the issuing agency was like, yeah, we want him. Send him over. That's
So I don't know. We can take it from municipals.
50 million sounds about right. Frag's not wrong, dude. Oh my God.
For those kind of charges, for sure.
Yeah, dude.
Like, that's life destroying.
That's what I mean.
Like, the amount of time it's going to take to clean up your reputation after that, even though it wasn't you.
Bro.
That'd be crazy.
Christian spelling is hard sometimes. Yeah, it's just, the problem is there's so many different ways to identify him. DNA, social security number, mailing addresses. Also, just like, how would he have committed this offense, right? Like, when I have people that can be brought forth to defend, like, where he was. I don't know. That's wild to me. Take from everyone. I don't know who took him into custody, but they ain't paying that full enough.
But you won't kick him loose? We'll see if we need his ID.
If we find his ID, identify who he is, are we just going to let him chill, let him go?
Well, probably not. Year.
The date of birth is different. Jeez.
They don't recall if anybody verified who he was.
Y'all some hoes for that.
I'm going to take from chat for I don't know what. I don't recall why, but we need to take points from chat.
I don't recall why. Hopefully this is not stolen body cam.
Yeah, I was about to make that joke. Rookie's first stolen body cam.
Avenue. Caller saying someone that she knows climbed in through her window. It's a Daniel Montgomery, associated 16B, then a white short blonde hair, 38 years of age, a white shirt, pair of blue shorts.
I could just go back to
in her bathroom and is tearing it up. 191, 183, and S19. Now they're saying that he thinks there's people out to get him, and he's got a 33A inside the bathroom there with him. Okay, I'm getting a second call. I don't know if this is from the male in the bathroom. Caller saying second hand saying male, like 40 years of age, broke into the apartment and has 33.
Tell me it's not stolen because I'm not publishing it on YouTube for money. Boy, did you check yourself, boy? It's fine. I still love you.
That's right. Publishing it for free.
Exactly.
3As and has a 2-year-old baby.
Less than a month before this day.
S19, be advised, the call taker's now out. He's at his apartment 144.
Put your hands up! Put your hands up! Turn around!
They're saying he left the 33A.
Roll on your...
Now, I'm not saying you're not pointing a gun at a burglary suspect, because you probably pointed a gun at a burglary suspect. He gave up real fast. Well, maybe take it easy now. Complacency kills, so I'm not saying, like, don't be safe, but easy does it here, Ricky.
Stomach now! Roll on your stomach! 82 1 at gunpoint. Put your hands out to your side! Is this him?
Bolster up. Bolster up.
You got how many weapons on you? Put your hands on your back. Show their hand on your back now.
This guy's tripping.
Yeah.
This is,
Come on, Ricky.
Getting a D on this handcuffing.
I got it. Serious.
Gloves. She's in custody. Okay, that handcuff is not all the way on, brother in Christ. Helps when you put them on correctly, but.
What? Roll on your side. Roll on your side. Thank you.
Oh my God,
he's gonna touch his girlfriend with them hands.
Roll back on your stomach. Roll on your other side. Sit up. Sit up.
Pull your feet up so you can stand up, bud.
Stand you up. Come on. Hey, Rich, go down.
Tell them what you're doing.
All right, just shut up. Is this him? Grab him.
Notice nobody else has their gun out.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, yo, dog, like, it's cool. I didn't realize there was two other cops here that were like, I guess we'll let them sort it out. He's got his gun out. Oh, he went and laid into him there. Golly.
Show them on your back now.
His cuffs are on the ground. He dropped them.
He dropped his big
I
cuffs.
remember my first time.
Yeah,
actually, mine went better than this.
something.
I arrested a 13-year-old. It was very compliant. I didn't have his cool in arrest. I'm glad he's getting roasted. One job.
I think he's got 2 cups.
There's another rookie. I just realized that.
Yeah, you can tell by call to the rock.
Take the around, don't let them get away. You can take one.
Good, how are you? Supposed to drive this way.
I can't breathe.
I got it, you good.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Roll on your side. Roll on your side.
I can't. You gotta roll me back. I'm trying to fix it. Thank you.
Oh. It's the nastiest search I've ever seen. He's new. It's fine.
I don't have nothing. Please take
Pull your feet up so you can stand up, bud. There you go. Stand up. It works a lot better if you tell me what you're going to do, bud. Hey, it works better if you tell me what you're doing. I'll do it on foot for you. Check your guys' boots are undone. They're unzipped. Yeah, you're great.
Thank you. I promise I can do nothing. You can ask the guy who works around me. So, I'm in the bath. Sorry.
Yeah, they're upside down.
Yeah, there you go. Palms together. Perfect. Just like that. Just like that. Awesome. A lot more comfortable in it.
As it turns out, the caller was friends with our suspect, and he had been a guest at her apartment many times in the past. He entered through a window because the front door to the building was secure.
Well, okay. Well, that's not very interesting.
No.
I mean, the outcome was good. Nobody got hurt. It's the kid's first time. I was glad to see that the senior officers let him do it. Like, hey, they got to work through it. I'm sure I was a hot mess, too, the first time I had to do something serious. Maybe I wasn't. Some small part of me likes to think I was cool, but
there's no proof otherwise, so.
That is true. Having watched other rookies go through it, though, I'm like, ooh, like, that's kind of cringe.
You're like, you know why they looked at you the way they looked at you?
Yeah. Oh, man. And it's just a weird thing to do, man. Like, you're literally professionally kidnapping people. Like, it's kind of shouldn't be normal to you. Urkel or yo some hoes. I'll let that vote go on. In case people don't know who we're voting on here. Y'all some hoes for that.
Alex Beach said you definitely weren't cool.
Is that what Alex? You butthole.
Yeah. They said, don't skip, Josh. No. Don't do it.
What?
They said, don't skip.
Oh, okay.
Hospital for treatment.
I think you must have skipped something. Maybe with
shut up!
So
Shut up for a second.
So once he gets off the phone and you guys get things figured out, the bureau, if they don't want anything done,
As it turns out, the caller was friends with our suspect, and he had been a guest at her apartment many times in the past. He entered through a window because the front door to the building was secure. He found her window open. He was hallucinating and believed her children were in danger. He had a knife on him, but it was never in play. The caller did not want to press charges. She just wanted him out of her apartment. He was taken to a local hospital for treatment.
Okay, so drugs or psychosis or...
I guess, like, we don't have burglary. We don't have any of that. It's like, it's not even criminal trespass. Do we just, like, forcibly civil stand by somebody? You could probably do Baker Act, maybe. The only downside is he's high. In Texas, I'd have just gone PI. It's like, he's clearly intoxicated with something, and he's in public making people afraid based on his behavior. Yeah, I think he's crazy. I'd do that, but did I not skip? Did I do good?
I think so. Maybe.
What do you mean I skipped?
He skipped.
What are y'all mad about?
Oh, rookie forgot to put gloves on and came across a needle. What? Oh, we skipped the whole search. That's why.
The search is super weird too.
Don't find it.
What's your name? Relax. Daniel, chill for me. You're safe. We got you. Daniel, relax. We got you. All right?
Hey, you gotta let us know you got needles on you, man.
No.
Stop moving around.
Oh, now we're putting gloves on. Stupid. I'm surprised they wouldn't have found the needle. Like, he's only wearing basketball shorts. Yeah. I don't know how you don't find the needle when he's prone, to be honest. That's wild. I don't know.
Okay, please don't say me. Please don't say me. I'm not dumb.
It's all right.
Here, I'm going to
You got anything else on you?
No. Second. They were trying to give me the note.
I mean,
senior officer had to get it for you.
Also,
you did a bad job.
Find needle or not, gloves. That needle's one of the least dangerous things for you because a lot of times they're smart enough to put especially if they're keeping them on them, they'll have the cap on them, so you're not going to poke yourself. Now a stick would suck, but like Hep C, Hep A, Hep B, dude, like syphilis, gonorrhea, dude, all that stuff. This is bodily fluids all over this dude. Lord knows when's the last time, bro. Fleas. What is it?
Bed bugs?
Lice? Bed bugs? Dude. Gloves.
The
There's
plague?
no reason. There's no reason to not have gloves on. Pretty much the only time I interacted with somebody and didn't have gloves was when I didn't have time. MRSA. There it is. Tommy's going for the home run hitters there. That'll fuck you up too.
Contagious MHMR? You don't know.
Dude, that's a thing. Hep Z. Dandruff. Herpes, another good one. Yeah. That's all I'm saying is like you're not thinking broad enough if you're just worried about the needle because there's so much you can pick up, especially have a homeless crackheads like, oh,
dysentery.
I was about to say dysentery. He wasn't homeless though. He was just from Haiti.
Well, so apparently don't skip yet. They do teaching.
Somebody was trying to get me on Waveland. All that was going down.
If you're having to blow into your gloves to put them on, you need a bigger size. Get a bigger size gloves. Super 8.
Well, he wants his hands to look like salt, so he gets the chest
I was trying to get hold of him, and that's it. Because even the people was out here, they was really fucking here. Oh my god, I punched right on. I couldn't believe it when they had these fucking straw, little smart bastards. And it
Has he got anything else on you? Any needles or broken glass?
No, I kept down
pipes, anything like that?
Can I please say something?
Do you have anything else on you?
No.
Okay.
Look, so I'm in the bathroom, I'm messing out or something. Which I'm not gonna lie, but we was all just having a good time. Another guy was just coming up.
I'm hammered down.
I'm thinking, Mom.
Turn your hand the other way. Palms like your palms together. Palms together.
That's what I skipped.
Yeah, do your palms together. Perfect. Just like that. Just like that. Awesome.
No, they have like heart to heart.
Hey, we're gonna check here tonight, okay?
The double locking should have happened when they first handcuffed him, but whatever.
That was bad. That was on counter. Alright, sit down, Cruiser. Frank's still talking with burglary. Okay. But they don't want to press charges or anything like that. So probably what's going to happen is I'm just going to give them a summons for the insurance. Okay, what else?
Which you won't take him loose.
We'll see if we need the ID.
If we find his ID, identify who he is, and we're just gonna let him chill, let him go.
Well, probably not here.
We'll probably go maybe to 10.
This is a very common rookie conversation. Shout out to the G-Shock. I have a... Look, if I put it together here, this is almost an identical wristwatch here.
Yeah.
No. There it is.
There you go. G-Shock.
The exact same watch. Shout out to this FTO.
Please sponsor us, G-Shock.
Casio.
This will treat you real good.
Yeah.
You don't think?
No, we are.
What's his condition like?
I mean, he's clearly high.
Okay.
So he's freaking out.
Coherent? Is he making sense?
Not really.
So what was considered? Could he actually be a monumental member of society right now? Like, can he take care of himself?
No.
I mean, you're not going to get by a car. Running to another window.
What option do we have?
Thanks, like
That's our plan. Okay. Yeah, if we let him back out, he's just going to do the same thing again or run in front of a semi.
Shut up.
So once he gets off the phone,
He said, shut up for a second. So they walk him through. This is very, very common with rookies. I think the hard part about policing is like if you took like non-law enforcement out of this chat, right? I'm like, hey, you're going to fight this homeless person. Though that wasn't a fight. The guy was very compliant, right? You're going to have to go touch this homeless person and put him into handcuffs. You don't want to do stuff wrong. You don't want to embarrass yourself in front of like who's clearly like a more experienced officer than you are, right? Like they're there to teach you. You just spent months of having a job that you could get fired at the end of every week because you can't pass the test, right? It's months of that. And field training is no different. Most field training situations, if you fuck up, you're gone. You're not allowed to get written up as a rookie because they're just, you can't do the job. Not clearly firing doesn't happen enough, but or bad behavior doesn't get addressed enough. But it's stressful, and so then you're reeling on like, okay, well, what's my offense, right? It can be hard. So I'll give some love. This is Municipals. Outcome was good. It was a learning moment. It was pretty easy though. This was a very easy call. Very, very easy call for a rookie.
Tonight, a Texas sheriff will face no charges after police say he left his gun in a Metro Atlanta Wendy's bathroom.
So here's the deal. A teenager then found the gun and fired it. So now the story is making...
I don't have nice watches and I get flamed for it at work. Tommy, I'll give you a good look here. Look into my eyes. Tommy, June was last month. You can tell those officers their month is gone. Zoom it right back out. Nobody should care what kind of watch you're wearing.
The rounds online with a lot of folks out there wondering how the
also what Django said. You spend a lot of money on guns.
Sheriff was able to walk free without any charges. 11 Alive's Galat Malamed is live from Covington, where she asked the DA that same question.
Yeah, and the DA tells me that because the sheriff did not leave the gun in the bathroom on purpose, he believes this does not fit any charges. I also spoke to the woman who called 911 from here, and she is in disbelief. We are not sharing her last name or her face because she asked us not to due to privacy concerns. This is the Wendy's bathroom where Covington police say a teenager fired a gun left there by the Grayson County, Texas sheriff. Heather was inside with her children.
I put my drinks down on the table and all of a sudden there's a loud bang. You're gonna sit in stunned silence for a second, but my initial reaction was, oh my God.
She ran out to call 911. She says Sheriff Tony Benny followed her. He told her it was his gun and then spoke to 911 from her phone. Authorities say the sheriff was in the bathroom with his 5-year-old grandson who was being unruly, was distracted, and left the gun there. Benny is seen in this body cam video telling officers he left his gun in the bathroom.
He's fine. I'm with Grayson County Sheriff. I'm the sheriff of Grayson County.
No charges were filed. We asked the Alcovey Judicial Circuit.
Left the gun there. Gun got found and shot. And I guess the reason why they're maybe struggling is like what happens if he loses it and the same thing happens, right? Or it gets stolen from him. In this case, he's admitting, like an idiot, but he's admitting he forgot it there, right? It's going to be hard. You're going to have to dig into penal code to figure out what to charge him with. I think at the very minimum, I would like to see some discipline. I get that he's the sheriff, so who's going to discipline him, right? I don't know, the state
the voters
agent,
come November
right,
or some crap.
Right. Yeah, I think you're gonna see discipline, but like, I don't know how you'd pull that into a criminal offense. He's not. It's not like he displayed it technically. Now, from a practicality standpoint, I've never left a gun in a bathroom before, so I just can't fathom it. But I don't know. What happens if you find a random gun and you call 911? You're fine. They'll show up and we'll just seize it as property. We'll run it to make sure it's not stolen.
Yeah, in Texas, it's free gun.
Yeah, right. I mean, for real though, no cap.
Untraceable gun? Just pick it up with some gloves?
Think of it as a civilian. So that's what I'm getting at. Even in a civilian context, it's not that he's a law enforcement officer and that's why they can't charge him. It's and even on like what is it? Somebody said child endangerment. If I put the gun on the table in front of the kid and the kid gets hurt from it, that's one thing. But if he's not knowingly and intentionally or recklessly, they're going to have to prove the reckless side of it, right? Like I fell asleep while driving. Well, I got into a car way too sleepy to drive, fell asleep and then hurt somebody. Sure, all day long. That'd be easy.
Or I was drunk.
Right.
And went into the bathroom with my gun.
Right.
But unruly kid that he's dealing with.
Buxom, yes, on both accounts. So the problem's just going to be, it still needs to fit the elements of the offense. We don't get to be like old Sergeant of Waveland or whatever, or just making shit up. There has to be specific elements of the offense because it's going to be hard for me to, but I can't prove intentional at all, right? Unless I knew he willfully left his gun there. That case, sure, I could maybe get the criminal negligence or
you get, I was going to say, did you get negligent something or other?
That's where it's going to get
prove.
A little harder just because it's like, if he administratively disarmed himself, like, is there anything illegal about disarming yourself? Or is there anything illegal about, you know what I mean? Like that's the hard part. It would be like if it fell out of my bag, right? Unless there's something specifically on the books of it. Now in California, where there's like safe transportation laws and stuff like that, like it has to be in a certain place in your car. It can't be anywhere else. Or like if there was a criteria where you couldn't have the thing, then maybe I could see it. Where if they could tie it to you, you could go that route. But if he were my subordinate, like let's say I'm in a position where I have administrative power over him, he's gone. Like that day, he's gone. Screw all the, I'd say conduct unbecoming, be one of those bullshit blanket things. But I'm like, dude, you left your gun and a kid shot it. Outcomes matter, dude. Like you were, very
my
lucky.
adamant hat on. What if we just arrest the teenager for firing the gun?
There it is.
There
it is.
Criminal charge. We start talking about kids with guns.
Oh,
and
yeah.
how we shouldn't have these guns out here for these kids.
That's
Boom.
exactly the way to do it. But yeah.
By the way, y'all can get an admin hat in our merch store.
Yes. Leave the gun, take the cannoli. Yeah, I'm probably that guy's gone for sure.
Yeah, I think it is iffy, like you said, because he's the sheriff. So like there is no real higher power to hold him accountable for something like this.
The voters basically. Now
which is like
you could do a vote of no confidence. I think that'd have to come from the county. Potentially even the deputies themselves could say like, hey, this is a vote of no confidence for him. And then you could maybe push for like an emergency session to vote him out. But that's the only way that you're unseating that guy unless he decides to step down. Bathroom loot. Oh my God.
What a complete
Chris gets it. Deadly conduct. See, deadly conduct is still going to, The problem with deadly conduct is typically that's getting charged if I'm like waving a gun around, right? So if I don't point it at anyone in particular, I just have a gun in my hand, I'm moving it around, deadly conduct fits, right? That's Texas Penal Code, right? This is what he's referencing here. And he's saying that the teenager could get charged for said deadly conduct. He discharged a firearm, right? Like at the end of the day, but I have a hard time with that one only because how did it get there and all that other stuff. Anyways, we'll keep
Russ Peterson said, why was the gun loaded to start with? Well, because if you don't have your gun loaded, when you use it, you can't use it. You die before you get the magazine in there.
Yeah, he shouldn't have left it there. He was carrying it in an on-duty capacity, right? I have been carrying a gun almost every single day of my life for now 10 plus years.
The teenager can take the gun off of safety. It's not like a child lock.
Yeah.
Like even if the safety's on, you can just go. Click,
well, I guarantee you it's a Glock, so there's no external disableable safeties. And even then, like I can't.
I don't know. He's the sheriff. Maybe he's got something bougie with him.
Right. He could have an.
He's got like his own custom.
I can't show it on camera, but like, this is how easy. Well, you can do it on accident. Like technically with a safety. Like I don't know. It's all good and well. The gun shouldn't have been there in the first place.
So Frag says, under Texas law, the sheriff was guilty of making a firearm accessible to a child as soon as the kid found the gun. Is that
Man, I bet you it's knowingly and intentionally. I don't know that you can do that. They'd have to prove recklessly. If it was on like a park bench, I think you could probably prove recklessly. But they're gonna say, well, he's in the bathroom.
Mhm.
Is it unreasonable or unusual to disarm yourself while like in a bathroom stall?
Yeah.
Or something
Says
like
a
that.
person commits an offense if a child gains access to a readily dischargeable firearm and the person with criminal negligence failed to secure the firearm, left the firearm in a place to which the person knew or should have known the child would gain access. That's the big one right there. That's your knowingly and intentionally.
Oh,
It's like,
yeah. If it's recklessly, fuck them. Yeah.
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 So
I think
it is
if
an
it's
affirmative
reckless,
defense to prosecution if it was supervised by a person older than 18 for hunting, sporting, blah, 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 consisted of lawful defense by the child, was
Hell
gained
yeah.
by entering property in violation of this code or occurred during a time when the actor was engaged in an agricultural
Knew or
enterprise.
should have known.
He was collecting fertilizer for his farm from the
At
5-year-old
McDonald's?
grandson. Yeah. No, they're taking the poopies
Dude,
and using them for his garden.
If there's
Agricultural enterprise, we're good.
yeah, if there's a negligence aspect to it and it's like
Mhm.
making a firearm readily available, hell yeah. I say
Yeah.
send it. I say the dude should get charged. I have no beef with that if they decide to go that route. I do think it's kind of bullshit that they didn't. This was out of state. If you're gonna go based off of where it happened, so if that
Yeah,
happened,
so
in
that would be now that is a Class C misdemeanor, so it's not going to be.
I won't even prohibit him from having the gun.
Yeah, that's going to be a speeding ticket.
That's
basically.
literally a citation.
It only becomes a Class A if it causes death or serious bodily injury to themselves or another person. So it really
shout out to poor marksmanship.
Yeah.
Don't know if that rises to criminal negligence. Yeah.
That's the other thing too. Is like, is it criminal negligence if they forgot it? Like he's busy with something else with his grandkid.
Right.
Like, is it just negligence?
Let's see.
What's going on? With the restroom, let's put in there. I mean, came in, gentleman, probably in his early 20s, came in there, picked it up, and did this all. So, yeah, he's fine. I'm with Grayson County Sheriff. I'm the sheriff of Grayson County. I did some other stuff. Where's your gun? He's in here.
Now I'm gonna be honest. You're in an outside the waistband holster, and you somehow take that gun out. You played yourself. If you're carrying appendix, I could see because it's a little less convenient. But like, even if you're taking a deuce, like, if you're going number one, there's zero excuse. If you're going number two, like, I could see where your pants are hitting the floor, like, but you shouldn't be taking the gun out of the holster.
Yeah. So his excuse was he was with his grandson and he was trying to deal with the kid doing whatever the hell the kid needed to do. I don't know how you take your gun out of your holster for that.
No.
Like, that seems almost worse. Like, well, you've got an unruly 5-year-old near your gun now. Unless he's like actively reaching for your pants and you're trying to put it out of reach of him, maybe.
Right.
Who's, how old are you? Are we your dad? Yes. Dad? Okay. What happened? If you don't mind. Yes, sir. What happened?
I saw the gun in there.
You what?
I saw the gun, like...
You saw the gun, okay.
Yeah, you know where the paper's at? You know, and it was like on top of it. I saw it. I was just like, when I first saw it, I was shocked. I didn't expect to see that. I picked it up. I had to make sure if it was loaded. I don't know what went through my mind. I just hit the trigger. I'm sorry.
Take the gun out, see it? What's that? You ever shot a gun before? Pick up a random gun and pull the trigger inside of a public building?
So I'm a little annoyed at the sergeant's attitude because he's like, "Oh, why'd you pick it up?" And he didn't know it was real. How could he know it was real? Like, are we really grilling the kid? Like, you know what I mean? Now, does he have some level of agency in this? Sure. He could have told an adult or something, or I don't know, told management, some shit like that, passed it off. But it's a teenager, dude. Like, are we really
This goes to my argument that I was saying earlier. It was in the chat about, like, why a lot of sets don't let actors check if the gun's loaded when you're going to shoot. Is the alcohol
Literally.
thing. But it's like, because they don't know what they're looking at.
Literally.
They're like this idiot. They have no clue what they should be looking at. They're not trained in it. That's why the liability rests on the armorer, or in this case, your sheriff, to not leave the gun there.
Right.
Because
Now,
somebody who doesn't know what they're looking at can very easily accidentally set that gun off.
Is the guy an idiot? Yes. Dude shouldn't have been cracking off around fake gun or not. 100%, like an idiot. But like, as annoyed as this officer is, like, how many times have you left your gun somewhere random so someone can go pick it up? Like,
It's been going really bad. Yeah. If you ever see a gun, man, leave it. Call us. Let us deal with it.
Agreed.
I'm sure your dad can tell you the same thing. This could have gone really, really bad.
He's getting shot for the legal thing.
bro, are we not talking to? So we're annoyed at the situation, which I get, but like, I'm getting more annoyed now.
How old are you? 15. We're still good. We went through ambulance. They didn't go through pretty bad.
I bet you left it right there.
Sir, I said you're. As far as that goes. Just get the kid's information bad, and you do a step up. He told me you basically picked it up and messing with it. He said, I don't know what happened. Just write up. Oh, yeah, I'm about to handle that. So, he's on nice, we're going to write it up.
That's what you got to do.
Yeah, we're just going to write it up. And, I thank God that nothing else happened.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
What part of Texas?
I would be shaking this fool's hand. I almost worked a murder because of you, douchebag.
You finally get a chance to like do the lecture without us getting mad about it, because you get to lecture admin. You know what?
Look at his smile. He goes to the teenager. You ever shot a gun before? You know what guns do? But he doesn't turn to the sheriff and hit him with like a, you ever been like a law enforcement professional before? You've been like responsible for like community, like issued equipment? You ever like had to be responsible for gun safety as a professional? Did you go through like a basic like firearms instruction course, you know, to be certified to carry said weapon? In that, do they cover safe storage and carry? Dude, we go through a whole weapon retention class where someone actively tries to take that shit from you and you hold on to it. Like, look at this full smile. He's like, oh, get to shake his head.
They're like, it's going to be a funny story to tell back at the station. Ha ha ha. Also, he's the sheriff of Grayson County. That is like 2 counties up. That is the county north of Collin County.
Is that really?
That's Sherman. That's Melissa. That's all that. It's basically Oklahoma.
Alex, that shit don't
which
matter.
Explains a lot.
You're wearing a badge. There's a standard.
That is true though.
I'm with
you.
No,
Never have gone to an academy.
He's not wrong. This is an elected official, right? I think it just recently they made it to where you had to have some sort of law enforcement background
Very recent,
to become a sheriff. Before that, it was just the Wild West.
It's too bad they changed it. I was about to go run. I would have run in Grayson County. On a platform of I don't leave my gun.
I don't leave my gun. I have been a gun owner for almost 10 years, and it has never been left in a bathroom.
Never, ever, ever. I might be 15 years now. When did we get that revolver? That was a long time ago.
And Alex, it's been a hot minute, dude. It's been like 2015.
It was when you first started building like ARs.
Yeah, it was long. I was barely in college. I'm about to get pulled over a bunch drive. I wish they would. Like, am I being detained?
I wonder if this stream counts as my law enforcement experience.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure I'm being detained? Oh my goodness. I also don't drive very fast, so good luck finding.
Sarah, this is so true. She said Juan would have gotten a speeding ticket on the way to run for sheriff. 100%.
1,000%.
This is Grayson County.
We're North Central Texas, north of Dallas. There's a going on out there, Madera Hornet. She has her rifle. So.
Is that her sitting on the side over here? All right, I'll go talk to her.
Madera Hornet. I wonder why.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what he said.
This is barely a patrol car.
There's a mom over there mad at the Hornet. So he said, which the guy that got us, he said, there's a mom over there mad at the Hornet. He said, she's got every right to leave. So I think that's what. Where'd she go? The lady.
Oh, she just dropped. I took her information. I don't want to grab you. But she's in the drive-thru now getting her drink. She just want to go back inside.
Okay. He went. Dude,
I beef. Where's Deputaz? Get fucked. A-tab.
A-tab.
Man, that pisses me off.
NOPD.
This is my people. Am I taking points from anybody else? You know what? I'll take some more from Fish Cops.
There you go.
Ain't no going to academy having ass.
I guess we could take some from society for not teaching the kid to just leave the gun alone. That's really it.
Let's do that. Let's do that.
Like a little bit. There you go. That's good.
That's fair.
Almost 5 years to fire an officer who was the focus of a Fox 8 investigation.
As Chief Investigative Reporter Stephen Stock reports, an internal NOPD review found that police sergeant violated department policy and a co-worker's civil rights.
So I started looking elsewhere, thought about going back to school.
Carl Vonderhaar hoped to spend his career as a chemist working in a police crime lab. Instead, he now spends time making ends meet, driving for Uber.
I didn't see myself here 4.5 years later. I saw myself as a rising forensic scientist, you know, maybe a supervisor role in the future.
I don't want to pop his bubble, but there's no rising as a forensic scientist. There's the job of forensic scientists. It's like being a police officer, like unless you promote like to a supervisory position. It's just that. You get paid a little bit more for seniority, but like you're not a rising. Give you like
chemistry stripes?
No. Chemistry stripes? Could you imagine? Your lab coat's got like little like tassels or some shit on it.
They should do that. Maybe they'd take it more seriously.
Probably would. Probably wouldn't let a dude go to county for 5 months with the wrong name and all that crap.
Yep.
Love you long time and Fish Cops. Can't. Y'all stop spending money. He was saying he wanted to promote. Alex, you're home for that?
Future.
Almost 5 years ago, Vonderhaar lost that career after he says he spoke out about problems he witnessed within NOPD's crime lab.
I feel like I've been punished for trying to do the right thing.
Vonderhaar says his whistleblower crime lab complaints prompted this.
Oh, how you doing? Doing good. I actually don't want to talk right now, so we need to talk. You have to at this point.
This police body camera footage from 2020 shows officers at Vonderhaar's home. He says the visit came after he requested a leave of absence, citing his concerns about poor working conditions, lack of standard procedures, and faulty testing at the crime lab that he says could make an innocent person look guilty. Vonderhaar's then supervisors at the crime lab, Sergeant Michael Stalbert, along with Lieutenant Kim Williams, showed up at his home and insisted he needed to come downtown with them.
You have shorts on? I have underwear. Okay. Myself and his officer is going to come and escort you, make sure you put some pants on. Escort me where?
As Fox 8 first reported back in 2023, Stalbert and Williams claimed they were there to conduct a wellness check.
What? Bro, this had to be NOPD. Can it be half points for Louisiana?
Yeah, I think we're getting there.
Where's Mint when you need him, Doug?
Right.
This is his state.
That was probably him.
Do you have a warrant? Alex gets it.
Check their height.
But he's like a crime scene guy. He's not an expert in any of this shit. Watch OnlyCops. Don't get harassed by shady ass lieutenants and sergeants.
No, you're not under arrest.
Get the hell out of my house.
When you walk up to that door,
Despite
just close
Vonderhaar's
it.
insistence he was fine, body camera video shows Officer Stolbert put the scientist in the back of a police cruiser with the doors locked, repeatedly telling him he had no choice but to go with them and take a drug test.
That is an arrest. That is a seizure. You don't take drug tests for welfare checks. What? Sorry, I pushed a button.
320.
No half points.
Call
Lisa, you a hoe for
PIB. I just got off the phone with him. PIB said that you need to come to their office.
Then but I'm not under arrest, so I know that now.
You're not going to jail.
To this day, Vonderhaar believes this was an attempt to stop him from raising concerns about problems at the crime lab.
I considered it a false arrest because they weren't giving me the option to leave. They put me in a back of a police SUV where you can't escape, it's locked. Well, a wellness check is you get there, you see everybody's fine, and then you leave.
Once at the drug testing facility, Vonderhaar says Officers Stolbert and Williams led him to believe that the only way he could go back home was to resign on the spot. So he did.
I honestly expected them to fire me, which I think I would have been more okay. I definitely would have.
Yeah, if you get fired, you can go for a wrongful term. Bro, y'all are not good at this. Negative points for bad victiming. I'm sorry, I'm victim blaming. He didn't know any better, and they took advantage of somebody that didn't know any better.
Mm-hmm.
And for that, I would charge them with kidnapping and official oppression. Frag, he literally said, sounds like kidnapping to me. Bruh. Come with me if you want to live, Brandon.
Would have been more okay with.
After Vonderhaar filed the complaint, the NOPD investigated Sergeant Stolbert's and Lieutenant Williams's conduct during the incident. The PIB found the officers violated NOPD rules of professionalism and abused their positions. Williams got an 11-day suspension. Sergeant Stolbert was also found to have violated standards of moral conduct and adherence to the law. Now, nearly 5 years later, NOPD fired Stolbert on May 17th. Officials confirmed to Fox 8 that Stolbert was terminated for violations during that incident with Vonderhaar in 2020.
I think the punishment fits the crime.
So somebody finally found out about this, and so they had to do something, basically.
We're not pursuing charges? Meh. So they were both supervisors. Can I avoid municipal points? How about this? I'll take 30 from municipals, but I'll take 50 from admin. And I'm going to take points from prosecution because they really should have charged these guys. That's bullshit. Oh, Merkener, no shit, dude. That is a thin blue line that they got up there. Bruh. Bro, but Louisiana do be sussy like that. Louisiana's got a history. Oh.
It's spicy.
You think so?
Damn, that looks good, though.
Oh. What? Oh.
That was brought to you by the CCP. I'm teasing. That kid is cute. This is spicy part of stream, boys and girls. Last four.
Food hack, by the way. If you're making spaghetti, add a little bit of spicy to the sauce.
Hey, man.
Real good.
Can't believe their body cams were on. What was that one lady that straight up like burglarized a house with their body cam on? I want to say that was Louisiana too. It was never Atlanta. I don't remember where. But dude. Like,
well, if you make it look like it might be within policy, you probably think you can get away with it. Probably not their first time doing that kind of thing.
If I were the DA and 100% charge those cops, yeah. I'd be good. Because if they're not going to take care of their license, I'm charging them. If they would have taken the license from them and reinstated the dude, or gone the civil route and paid the guy out for like whatever, they're not going to be cops anymore, and we've at least done some level of restitution on the civil side of things. I'd have been cool with it. But as a DA, they're doing neither one of those things. Fuck them. Charges. Get wrecked. Dude. Where was that sergeant, the Harris County guy? If you don't believe he's a real police officer, just call 911.
Oh, yeah.
Also, what's the evidence like room people doing a welfare check? That's a patrol call. Like, that's sussy. Anyways.
Viewer discretion is advised.
This better just be don't. Because, like, get a lawyer.
Boom, perfect time.
You're going to lose your case by doing it yourself.
Yeah, always.
Don't
Hit
be
it with
dumb.
a solid don't.
Amen.
I don't know what this is.
I'm very confused. Ferguson. Okay, everything's redacted. Cherokee Indian Police Department. That was a good headshot.
Pretty solid.
He's innocent. Based on that headshot, he's getting acquitted. It's sponsored by...
Neighbor Emily Floyd called 911 reporting fireworks, loud arguments, in which she believed were gunshots coming from Jason Harley Clofer's trailer. Floyd claimed Mr. Clofer may have been threatening his wife, Allison Allie Mahler, and warned dispatchers of a possible hostage situation. Deputies from the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office responded but failed to make contact. They then sought a search warrant based on the unverified claim. Around 2:15 a.m. on December 13th, CCSO investigator Lieutenant Milton Sport Teasdale obtained a search warrant citing alleged threats.
Riot Squad, just getting terminated doesn't do anything about your license. That's my beef. So no.
And the possibility that Mr. Clofer was armed without a formal mutual aid agreement in place. CCSO contacted the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indian Police Department SWAT team, coordinated by Lieutenant Detective Roger Nadeau Jr. SWAT officers, including Nathan Messer, Neil Ferguson, and Chris Harris, were deployed to Mr. Clofer's home. A robotic surveillance device with a camera and mic was thrown into the trailer to observe. At approximately 4:54 a.m., officers used a loudspeaker to order Mr. Clofer to exit the home with his hands visible. Surveillance footage from inside Mr. Clofer's trailer shows him fully complying. He opens the door with both hands raised, one holding a cigarette and the other holding the police robot that had just been tossed into his home. His wife Allie stands just behind him in the doorway, also raising her hands to show she's unarmed and complying. Within seconds of Mr. Clofer stepping outside, SWAT officers opened fire, striking him multiple times in the chest and arm. Mr. Clofer collapsed instantly, screaming, "I'm shot," as Allie shouted in panic, "What the hell did you do?"
Oh, look, it's a little drone. Oh, he's got PTSD. That's not going to get better.
What is going on? The fuck is that fucking thing? I don't know. What's that? Step outside the door onto the deck and go with your hand. What is going on? What the fuck?
So how much do you know about those little robots?
So, to my understanding, it's just like a little RC car is the best way I could describe it, but they like are
With like a camera on it, right?
Yeah, and they can't like be tipped over basically. They're designed in a way that the camera can always face some way that you can invert the image, but pretty much next to impossible to fall and get screwed up. And they just use them to see the inside of the building. So they've already forced entry, theoretically, by sending that drone in. Like, they're already doing the Fourth Amendment stuff, right? On a welfare check was
Are they, so I'm guessing they're treating this as like a shots fired call. Because of the response.
But the complaints, loud noises, and fireworks and stuff. And even then, you had an opportunity to see with the drone or the little like RC car what was going on in there. So
does that thing allow you to communicate at all?
Yeah,
like
but even
speaker or a microphone.
But even then, they can yell through the.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like, if he were to like respond, I'm coming out.
Probably.
Like, I'm coming out, I'm unarmed, or something like that, or where you can literally see. I mean, you can see his hand. You can tell him like, "Hey, put the little drone down so we can see your hands."
Yeah.
And then he goes, "Okay, I'm coming out."
Yeah.
It resolves a lot of. That's why I was wondering if there was communication capabilities with it, where you could actually tell him like, "Hey."
I don't know if there is or not. There probably is, but even then, they got a bullhorn.
I know, but the bullhorn doesn't let them hear him. That's where.
But even then, like, he's coming out of a fixed, like he's going through the fatal funnel. These guys aren't going in, right?
Yeah.
You're probably under some level of cover. You probably got a long gun. It's SWAT, right?
I guess my point is, like, you have this fancy tool that is supposed to be used for like a purpose of safety, and you're not using it for that purpose. Then what's kind of the point of it?
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm assuming they just shot him there. So
yes,
he had
I would not have picked duck noises for that.
Yeah. So he had the drone thing in his hand, like the little RC car drone. I feel like you would have been able to see that. Now I get it. There's a thing in his hand, but I feel like they got to know he's carrying it. And I mean, he was pretty. I mean, that's as that as you can get, you know.
Yeah,
not to mention
if he is holding it, you can tell him to drop it.
Right, but like, also she's the backstop.
Okay, I'm sorry. What the hell? I'm sorry. He's not without him now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I gotta go, Bill. I'm sorry. No. He can't do that. I'm sorry. He can't do that. Where's that? I can't even. Where did he carry it?
Yep.
That's kind of my issue. Is like.
Sounds like a
I have had
trigger happy officer.
A guy who we knew was armed because he had shot a shotgun off his porch near officers. It wasn't at him. It was just he shot him, and the officers happened to be near. Had a propane tank, was threatening to blow the whole place up, and was hiding his hand in a furtive position as if he was concealing a weapon. And that guy didn't get smoked. And if I had smoked him, I'd have been looking at some charges. I don't know, dude.
I don't have a gun. I don't have a gun. I didn't 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 have one.
Bro, you got ballistic shields and shit. What are we
Turkey
doing?
police, am I here now? Stop. Turkey police, am I here?
Okay, so the district attorney, Ashley Wells, herself submitted a sworn affidavit stating she had been misled about Jason being a threat. She said there was no weapon, no hostage, and no justification for the SWAT raid, a rare public rebuke of law enforcement by a DA.
Yeah, for real, though.
Hey, now, yourself. Did you have me your best? We're on, yes, they're on their way. Oh, you shot me right here. Where are you here at? Okay, I don't think I have no gun. Hey, master, hold on. Pull him and start working on him. God damn it.
Being shot multiple times and hospitalized, Jason was the one charged with resisting arrest and making threats. Charges weren't dropped until after his footage went viral. Yeah, good thing he had a camera.
Resisting what? Last time I heard making threats is not a charge. It would have to be something more specific.
Oh, keep watching. It's gonna get better. Is one of the guys gonna walk in here and like steal $20 off the counter or something?
Where's the robot at?
Where's the robot at?
Right here behind us.
Resisting bullets since he lived.
No kidding.
Hey, did you shoot? Yeah.
I don't recall. I'm not a lawyer. That's petty.
Fuck. Bro, fuck. Hey, camera.
Oh.
These guys didn't have body cams on.
Sus.
As Mr. Clofer lay bleeding on the floor, officers stormed inside with weapons drawn, barking commands while ignoring his gunshot wounds for several critical moments. He was eventually transported to a hospital. Meanwhile, CCSO issued a press release, falsely claiming Mr. Clofer had confronted officers and was armed at the time of the shooting. Jason Clofer was charged with communicating threats and resisting officers, charges that were dropped 2 months later, in March of 2023, after the surveillance video surfaced publicly and contradicted the official narrative. In June 2023, Mr. Clofer filed a 195-page federal lawsuit against the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office, the Eastern Band SWAT officers, and other named officials. The suit alleged excessive force, unlawful entry, false arrest, and conspiracy to violate his civil rights. In a sworn affidavit, District Attorney Ashley Welch stated that Lieutenant Teasdale misled her and the magistrate judge, falsely portraying the situation as a hostage crisis and claiming Mr. Clofer was armed when there was no evidence of either. In December 2023, Special Prosecutor Lance Sigmund declined to press criminal charges against the officers involved.
So is that what she's talking about? Is that when they're requesting the warrant, essentially? To like go do all this, that they tell her
I
there's a hostage
guess
situation?
because like they were just treating it like a because if there was a warrant, then he'd be arrested for something. You'd be seizing him for something. There's got to be an articulable charge, right? To say, hey, he needs to go see a judge about this charge, or he's already been previously charged with something, and I want you to go get him.
Oh, so then she's probably just referencing the report after the fact, where
right?
They tell her this is what he did,
right?
This is why we shot him.
Points. No, I think it's points from the special prosecutor. Points for the normal prosecutor.
Regular prosecutor did a good job.
Yeah,
they're going based off of the report. Once they have better facts, they did a good job.
Just admitted they shot him. So
Dogsled sheriff, yes, anybody doing legal work should have a body cam.
1,000%.
In my opinion,
I genuinely believe. I don't even care.
Feds should have like 3.
Yeah, seriously.
Feds should have them on their helmet, on their shoulder, and on their chest, and on their butt.
And my rationale for it
too
is if you want to use what you're collecting for crime, like for evidence of a crime, you should be documenting how you got it. How is that not the expectation for chain of custody? Right? And reason why specifically I'm looking at you, Feds, is there's 0 body cam footage of what happened at Mandalay Bay. 0?
Yeah.
Sus. And they don't talk about it ever? Not even allowed to reference it during politics. Wonder why. Sus. All I'm saying is. Are there times when you're talking about going undercover where you're not going to have a body cam? Absolutely. But you're gathering information. You're not making arrests or using force on people. That's a
We talked about
purely
earlier. It's like,
right.
that's when uniformed officers show up.
Right. All on body cam, all on everything. So we're on the up and up.
BWPI did say on their butt, not on their belt.
Yes.
Put a body cam on feds' butts.
Yeah.
So they understand.
They're like, it's a safety concern. You wanted the job.
Mm-hmm.
What, you think when they went and got Pablo Escobar, there wasn't safety concerns?
You are my safety concern.
Yeah. I'm paying for you.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, there's camera footage of when they got Osama bin Laden. Think about that. How long ago was that? And where was that at? We entered a sovereign country.
Mm-hmm. We had it live streamed.
That's what I mean. You think that wasn't potentially compromising and dangerous? Mm-hmm. And they had body cams. Like, miss me with that safety bullshit. There was that one guy that got all upset. He's like, my federal officers are getting threatened to be hurt.
Mm-hmm.
You think I haven't been threatened before? Like, you know what I mean? And I'm doing it within an area that I live. So you know what that does? That incentivizes me not being a douchebag. I had beef. And I don't know. The cone of good cop that I like defending, I feel like is just slowly becoming more narrow.
He's very upset.
He is Jason Klopfer.
As you can imagine, it shakes your faith in the system when law enforcement officers who are sworn to uphold peace and law and protect citizens show up at your house for no reason. When they finally wake you up at 4:57 in the morning, they got shot.
Attorney Ellis Boyle says an email sent to an officer's attorney confirmed.
There would be no charges filed.
Ellis only learning days ago, though he says the email shows the special prosecutor decided more than 2 months ago.
Law enforcement officers should not be considered above the law.
Public sentiment the same. How can you gun down 2 unarmed civilians and not face prosecution? One writes, dude had his hands up and they opened fire. These officers need to be held accountable. Glad this guy had a camera. An email from the director for the Conference of District Attorneys confirmed the specially appointed prosecutor would not be seeking charges.
The only recourse that's left to my clients is to go in the civil justice system in federal court in Western District, North Carolina.
Klopfer's attorney shared that there's unreleased body cam footage that
so much
he
money
has
they can't afford to
reviewed that
pay
will
those specific officers.
They have body cam footage.
come out at the trial.
In federal court in Western District, North Carolina.
Klopfer's attorney shared that there's unreleased body cam footage that he has reviewed that will come out at the trial that he says shows his client laying on the ground, bleeding, looking up at the sky, thinking he's going to die. We'll continue to follow the case as it moves forward in a civil trial.
Around the same time, Eastern Band Chief Richard Sneed signed a new law sealing tribal police body cam footage from public release unless ordered by a court.
Sus.
It's a public service. I'm not saying you can't redact certain things. It's personal information, right? You don't need to be doxing the people you're interacting with, especially if you're entering into a structure you didn't have lawful authority to be into. We don't want kids' faces in there. We don't need to be sharing the gory details of somebody's death to the public. But a clear and transparent documentation of the force being leveraged against society by the government, I feel like shouldn't be an unreasonable ask. Like, they pay for the body cams. They're paying for you. You're a public servant. Bro, Starbucks will remake your drink for you. For free.
But they won't spell your name right.
Well, Josh is pretty straightforward.
Yeah. And neither will, what was that city?
Oh, Cleveland?
With Mr. Robertson? Yeah.
A move widely seen as an attempt to shield misconduct from scrutiny. In February 2024, Jason Klopfer reached a $10 million settlement, split evenly between Cherokee County and the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians. The settlement was paid through insurance funds. Neither agency admitted wrongdoing, and no officers were disciplined or terminated. In March 2020,
at least he got paid. He can afford to move. But
it still is crazy to me that, like, you would do that and then not discipline the officers when they just cost you $10 million.
$10 million. Well, it's not your money. It's somebody else's.
I understand that, but like, you're still
Right.
Gonna get your ass chewed out by the city managers, by like the, you know, like there's a level of even self-preservation, you know, that you should have of like, well, if these officers can't do their job correctly, they're gonna get a suit again.
Bro,
and it's already cost us more money than, you know, it's gonna take how many officers could we hire that are better than you and recruit for $10 million?
They won't. That's what I mean. I don't know, dog.
25.
Hell, just pay the good ones out of that $10 million to like
To
take on a
stay,
little
yeah.
overtime.
Yeah. Shit.
But
no, here we are. Thin blue line in it.
Sworn statements were submitted to the court, including testimony from District Attorney Ashley Welch, who confirmed that Jason Clover never posed a threat and that law enforcement officials had misrepresented key facts to obtain the search warrant used to justify the SWAT raid. A broader civil trial focused on
funding her opponent.
No shit.
Systemic misconduct and institutional failures is scheduled for August 2025, with the potential to expose deeper wrongdoing within both the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office and the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indian Police Department. The shooting of Jason Harley Clover is a chilling example of what happens when law enforcement acts on unverified information, uses overwhelming force, and then provides a version of events that doesn't match the evidence. Jason followed every command. He raised his hands. He posed.
Okay. We got enough of what we wanted out of this. Was it tribal? I'm gonna call this fish cops.
Tribals, yeah, fish cops. Not technically feds.
Yeah, they're
own country.
They're their own thing. I'm gonna take from prosecutors only because that special prosecutor didn't want to press charges.
I'm gonna take a little from society for not minding their business.
Dude, no kidding. Like that lady's not gonna see any punishments for that bullshit 911 call.
Yeah,
bro. Be cool with your neighbors, man. They can get you killed.
Mm-hmm.
I the worst abuse of my power ever was some petty domestic. A guy was trying to leave because he was just done with his girlfriend, right? And maybe he was trifling, doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
She just calls screaming to 911, incoherently screaming. So it goes out as an emergency domestic. I don't remember if Bill was on this or not, but it was at that time. So it's like late 2020. So we roll up in a apartment complex that has like a murder every couple months. Like it's not a good apartment. And as I'm arriving, the guy that she's calling about, like caller, like was giving updates to call take. So call take's giving us updates. They gave us the description of the car, the description of the guy. She was coherent enough to give us that, right? So we roll up and all she's yelling is, "He's got a gun. He's got a gun." So I pull a gun out. This guy immediately is like, "Bro, I'm too far down on the shade chart to fuck around and find out," right? So I'm holding a gun at him and I'm walking up to him. And he's like, "Dude, I don't got shit." And I was like, "Well, just be cool." And we frisk him real quick. And sure enough, there's no gun, no nothing. And we look at her and she hangs up the phone and she starts trying to walk away. I was like, no. Did you call 911? And she's like, "No, I didn't call 911. We had to get her phone." See that? Because I called dispatch. It's like, "Dispatch, call the number back." Because I don't have a warrant to like get access to her phone. And dispatch starts calling her phone back. I was like, "You called yelling about some nonsense. He didn't hit you, push you, nothing like that. And then when we show up, you yell that he has a gun." This guy didn't even own a gun. I was like, bruh. I don't remember. We called it. It was abuse of 911 and something else that we charged her for, but could have easily smoked. If it had been these cops that have smoked that guy and been like, "Oh no, he threatened us. He was resisting," or whatever. But like, I just remember thinking to myself, I was like, I'm at that apartment complex. Oh boy, unfortunately, matches the description, right? That she's just yelling, "He's got a gun. He's got a gun." And thank God, me and the officer that got dispatched to it. It wasn't our first rodeo, and I just kept looking, and he's just super compliant. And I was just looking at him. I was like, all right, let's just frisk this guy. I don't want to get smoked here. Neighbors can get you killed. Girlfriends can get you killed. Just be careful with yourselves.
8 on your side recently.
Last 3.
Showed you an undercover operation that rescued children from human traffickers. The operation set a U.S. record by pulling 60 children from dangerous situations and at the same time arresting 8 people accused of putting children in terrible situations. Tonight, we take you to the next step of the recovery for these children. News Channel 8's Jeff Patterson joins us. He is live in Tampa with that. Jeff.
Good evening, Stacey. Taking children out of these terrible situations where some have been sold for sex is an awesome result of this 2-week operation, but it's not the end of the story for many of these children. Some have also been abused, some have become addicted to drugs, and all need help.
Our cameras were there as a task force led by the U.S. Marshal Service removed children from dangerous situations. Over a 2-week period in Hillsborough, Pinellas, and Pasco counties, 60 children were recovered, sometimes taken from nondescript motels like this one in Pinellas Park. But for the children recovered, this isn't the end of the story. In some ways, it's only the start.
We actually have kids that live here full time.
Deborah Charles is a supervisor with Children's Home Network. She put in time in the hub, the first step for children removed from dangerous places by the U.S. Marshal Task Force. Some of the children are then brought here.
Our job is to make sure that once they left the hub, they were able to have a place to go to and be safe and kind of decompress from everything that they've been through.
We can't show.
That was very smart. I'm glad they had that already in place. Because cool, like you're a hero, you go save the kids, you know. America's children are not for sale or whatever. But like there's a very real back end that you have to do that I think is very underappreciated. This is really where non-sworn just crushes. They're doing actually God's work and kind of rehabilitating these kids.
Show you the faces of the children recovered, but many will meet someone like Stephanie Turner.
I came from a background of human trafficking, so I was trafficked for about 13 years.
She knows from personal experience what the children rescued by this operation will now face.
I don't have to constantly worry about when they're going to eat, who's coming in to see them, So safety has come to them now, and then just their healing journey, really. And it's going to be quite a long journey for these kiddos.
We can't even tell you the location of that recovery center because sometimes the children's abuser will try to reconnect with them, putting them back in the sex industry or have.
Bro, you want to talk about some uncomfortable law enforcement encounters? I've had a few of those in my time, but this is multilateral, so I get to give everybody a little bit of points here. I will give 20 each for their participation in rescuing these kiddos, and I'm going to take a huge number from society because these kids are there. I don't take glutinous bread to the gluten-free convention, to sell it. I go and I find where I got customers, and there's something to be said about Florida that they had that many kids to rescue. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
We'll take some points for society.
Ports.
Yep. That's most of it, too. Also, very, very high, tourism. There's like a lot of people that go there.
Tourist cities are big for that.
Dude, awful. Dude, Super Bowl week for shit or even playoffs. Like anytime there's anything big or major happening. I remember in Arlington, that was a whole thing that they were like, oh yeah, we're going to have to keep an eye out for minors that aren't from here. And I was like, I was naive at the time. I didn't realize why. I was like, oh, they're just going to try to sell them. I was like, what? I was like, yeah, it happens. I was like, oh, you wonder why I'm jaded. Good thing Fed Boys. Oh, he's the one.
Imagine if they focused on that.
No kidding. You know what? For them, I'm only giving them 10 because they only showed up to take credit.
Mm-hmm.
It was led by gluten-free kids. Mercury, you need to chill. I do. I'm devious. That's terrible. This is the best gluten-free bread I've ever had. Oh, my God. Chris is like 1K from society. Hey, you know what? I'll be a little more punitive. We'll do that. Because it's not all of society. It's parts of society. It's technically Florida. We're taking points from here.
Mm-hmm.
But good on them. Every once in a while, You get to be the good guy. I bring milk to lactose convention. You know what? It's kind of cool. I'm healed from my lactose intolerance, so I've had straight up cheesecake here recently.
Josh is now a lactose ally.
Yeah, exactly. My dog.
What's your emergency?
Hi, there was
Proud of your personal growth.
Gun on me. I'm at Meadow.
I'll bring you some Mexican cheese.
Oh my god. Custodies. I thought the same thing. I didn't say anything about it. I thought the same thing. The U.S. Marshals tend to be just only because they're really focused in on like actual crime, as I always call it. Yeah. It's not like you forgot to pay taxes on that. Like they're looking for kidnapped people. They're looking for like multi-state. Like Bonnie and Clyde would be taken by the marshals if that was still a thing, right? But they typically do a pretty good job of that. But like DEA is like kind of just like the strong arm of the FDA sometimes. Like they be doing some sussy shit every once in a while. I'm like, dog, what are you doing?
They've been doing a lot of we'll let your cartel hang out, but you
I know, dude, seriously. Yeah. and like some of it to some degree, like I get it. That I have to play the game if I want to catch the big fish, right? But at the same time, like they be letting some heinous shit go.
Mm-hmm.
Just watch The Departed if you ever want to know.
You just create a new big fish for you to then take out later.
I need job security. Is what I need.
100%.
Exactly.
I'm gonna take little fish, make them into big fish.
Right.
Fish cops go in.
I
capture
bring candy to diabetes.
Hey, he might be helping or he might be hurting, depending
I
on...
was going to say, it depends. How's your glucose levels?
Yep.
Long
enough to see yourself become the villain.
What's the address?
I don't have the exact address, but it's on 15th. And
do you live in the complex or are you just...
Yes, I do live in the complex. I do live in the complex. I was walking home and the guy took my headphones, tried to pull a gun on me. And then when I tried to take my headphones back and hit him with my fucking board to defend myself, he pulled like the gun out like he was gonna fucking shoot me. So, and then he just came up to me apologizing, pretending like I was someone else. So no, I'm not fucking dealing with that shit.
Was he white, black, Spanish?
So typically you don't try to re-rob the person that robbed you if you were actually afraid of them. Just saying. Likely what happened is dude left his headphones, like put them down. Dude goes up and he was sussy. He took them, right? Guy approaches him. Guy's like, hey, you need to back the hell off, right? And then push comes to shove and he starts to swing a board. This guy points a gun and they kind of argue and he's a little butthurt. He didn't have a gun. He had a board. But our role as law enforcement is to take him at face value and say, hey, he's my victim. I'm an advocate.
Hispanic?
He's Hispanic. He had curly hair and glasses and tattoos.
Okay.
Innocent.
Did he actually take 100%. Your headphones?
Yes, he
Free
did.
my Edgar.
Free my Edgar.
And I fucking got him back from him, but he took them.
Okay, so no harm, no foul? Mutual combat? Do you just have brandishing, deadly conduct? What do you got? Aggravated assault?
But like
on both sides.
But that's what I'm saying. Depending on how it went down, this guy pulls a board on me. I tell you what, he's getting burned down if he swings a board at me. This guy wouldn't be alive to be calling 911. You know, I don't know.
He tried to take my board too.
This guy's story.
What was he wearing?
Black shirt, jeans.
Girl.
Just take your hands out of your pockets.
Save it for off.
Put your hands on the hood. No, stop reaching your pockets.
What are you wearing?
M&P with either a mod light.
Calling to brag.
Calling to brag, basically.
I want an official report of how I kicked this dude's ass.
Interesting.
Stop. Put your hands on the pocket.
I can call her right now.
Stop. Turn around.
She's calling me right now.
Come here.
Vanessa.
Stop.
Vanessa, the sheriff has the
Hey, tell me to take him
and I'm trying to tell him that I was already
Turn around.
Your son was the one that was
Hey, one second. I'm taking it.
So let's say skateboard guy was being sussy, you pulled a gun on him and then walked off, like he got settled, and law enforcement encounters you. It's a very easy way to survive this encounter. That's maybe not to fuck with the guy pointing a gun at you. Yes, Tommy, I do approve of the M&P.
11 suspect at gunpoint. J12 just
Brett, I will deliberate on a duty weapon tier list. Oh, I'm going to do a review at my day job for the Staccato PhD 4.5. I'm getting the creme de la creme of duty guns. I'm kind of excited.
Hey, turn around.
I'm not doing it.
Turn around. Do not reach.
I haven't done nothing wrong, sir.
Stop.
I'm not
Don't.
breaking the law.
Don't.
Look, touch her, please touch her. I'm not doing nothing wrong. I'm not doing nothing wrong. I'm not resisting. Stop. Stop, please. Give me your arm. Stop. Give me your arm.
Oh no, you lost the radio, dog.
Give me your fucking arm. I'm not doing nothing wrong. I'm not doing nothing wrong. Get on the ground. Please, I'm not doing nothing wrong. Stop. Give me your fucking arm. I'm not doing nothing wrong. I'm not doing nothing wrong. I'm not doing nothing wrong. Please, 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 please. I'm not doing.
So the only downside, so now, is this guy potentially strong? Sure. If you're going to escalate, win it, right? You know this guy's armed. You've been informed that this guy's got a gun. If you're going to go hands-on, it needs to be fast, like stupid fast. If you don't got those skills, then why the hell are you touching this guy? He's got a gun, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm still playing that thing in the back of my mind of, am I really in a hurry to go and escalate the situation if I'm not 100% sure I got an offense? Like, if I got into interview skateboard guy, I'm not saying we're not trying to detain the guy, right? But maybe I'd be like, hey, how about let's do this? I'm going to disarm you, so we're going to be real cool about this. I'm not trying to slam you to the ground or nothing like that, but you just grab the middle of your shirt, pull it up, so I can take the gun off of you, so I'm not beating you or shooting you or anything weird like that, right? And we can have this discussion. But right now, I still don't know, technically, based off call text. I'm pretty sussed out by that call text. But, anyways.
Stop! I helped her out. That's the manager. I live there. I'm a resident right there. I'm not doing nothing.
Put your fucking hands on your back.
You don't have to treat me like this. I've not done nothing wrong, sir. Please stop. Please. Please.
See, the problem with what they're doing is
Please stop moving his arm.
they really only got one arm. This other guy's not doing much to help him with the other arm.
Please. 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 Please.
Because this is because we don't know. For all we know, this guy's crazy, right? Think about old boy in Idaho. I have put a gun to somebody's temple in this very specific set of circumstances before. Because I was like, bro, and I walked in, bunch of blood all over this is a burglary, basically. Dude kicked in the door to beat the hell out of his girlfriend. And I walk in, and there was just blood everywhere. And we were very lucky the guy was like semi-unconscious because he got pistol whipped. Well, we go hands-on, and he immediately fights, right? And we got one arm, but I can't reach the other because I'm in a very similar position to this guy. And I could not fish out the other arm. And he kept reaching for his waistline. And so I did what I could with one hand, and the other hand went on the pistol on temple. He's like, hey, you might shoot me in the junk, but I'm going to shoot you in the temple, and we're going to end this fight very, very quickly. So I understand the stress these officers are in. This guy's putting these officers in that stressful situation. So if you believe you're innocent here, maybe don't do this, right? But from an officer standpoint, we're not doing a ton to get this guy into custody quicker. And because of that lack of scene safety, this is going to I'm leaving it up to him on how much force I'm going to use, and he might make a stupid decision. He's already making stupid ones.
I'm not doing nothing wrong. Please.
You want to know for yourself?
That was good.
Stop. Stop reaching. Stop.
I think I saw a gun, dude.
Yeah, 100%. He pointed a barrel of a gun.
Bro, I don't think his officer saw it because it's like his chest cam, so his eye line can't see it, but he's got a gun in his hand.
I don't know, because he went to strikes pretty, yeah, see, they're already calling it out, but he went to strikes pretty quick, which makes me think he definitely saw it.
Oh, dude.
Or at least felt it with his hand right there.
Yeah, that's gun.
And I was like, yeah, no, this is when we switch to punching you in the head until you give it up.
Yeah, and at this point, like we were talking about that, like stomps and stuff. At this point, yeah, if I gouge his ass. He's now a deadly threat to you. This is gonna be all bets off as far as that.
You want to know where your son?
Stop! Stop reaching! Stop fucking reaching! Hey, 417, 417! Hey, put your fucking hands, you're gonna get shot! 417! Taser! Help me!
Not the taser. What's the taser, bro? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, he shot
That's the point of the taser.
too, yeah. This guy's like he didn't shoot himself in the leg.
Hey!
Or the other officer on the ground.
Turn again!
I'm pretty sure this guy shot himself, I'll be honest.
Shot! 417! Taser! Help me! Put your...
If he didn't get shot by this guy. Just gonna look at this here. That's a shit sandwich. I'm not trying to criticize them too much, but this is definitely a shit sandwich. Okay, this is pretty high on the angle here. This is getting pretty low. This is him falling. If he cracked that off, he shot himself. Oh, maybe he sorted it out. That was the gun going off. He's laying backwards right now, though.
So that probably sailed into the house?
Yeah, oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe oh, I tell you what, that curb hit there.
It's going to bounce back?
He ate that curb hit. Yeah, look, watch. And this is not an unreasonable shot, but this curb hit here is from him. Like, he just cracked the round off. You're taking all that shrapnel. This is at 4 feet or less. You're taking that to the leg. Maybe the face, maybe the eyes. Like, that's a bad time. You don't shoot steel at that distance for the very reason. Like, steel can, like, if it's angled the right way, be okay. They also make some, like, frangible targets that just you actually shoot through them. This got somebody in trouble recently. There was a politician that went to a gun range to make some sort of like demonstration.
Promo video?
No, not a promo video. It was a guy trying to talk about gun control, and he shot a steel target. It was like the rifle at like 5 feet. And I was like, yeah, well, what did you expect was gonna happen? Like, what was it? Dick Cheney that peppered somebody?
Yes, in the face.
Yeah, he
and then he
Cheney'd
made them
himself.
apologize.
Yeah.
Yeah, he made them apologize to Dick Cheney for getting shot in the face.
This guy likely Dick Cheney'd himself.
Hey, hey, turn again. You okay? Where you hit?
Question from BWP.
998.
If the taser made him pull the trigger, could he be charged?
Doesn't matter. So the taser deployment, right, is a very poor attempt to try to get control of him. I don't like a taser deployment there. If there's a gun involved, what the fuck are we doing, right? It was him grabbing the gun. Right? He had the gun in his hand, right? So I go. It's not a gun; it's a multi-tool, right? But I grab said multi-tool, right, and with said multi-tool, and my finger on the trigger, I fall, I trip, somebody shoves me, and I crack it off. I'm still responsible for that shot. Because I've made that gun readily available to hurt somebody, I am now responsible for what happens. It's like if I sneezed and the gun went off, like, or
We've seen this before on stream too, where this guy was like in a park and there were 4 officers surrounding him. One of them tases him, he falls. It like he has his gun in his pocket and makes it go off.
Right.
I think he hits one of the other officers.
Brett, I do think a little bit of jiu-jitsu would have helped. Really, a little bit of compliance would have helped the most, probably. There is some techniques that could have helped a little bit. Also, some verbal judo probably helps, but they either have to de-escalate and find a way to win some rapport with them, or very fast escalate. And I'm talking kick the student in the junk or something wild like that. Another tactic a lot of people don't think about is immediately go for where I think the gun is, right? So while this guy's hands are up or whatever, you literally fucking hit this dude in the face, right? If I think I'm going to have to go hands on, it's going to be sketchy. Just immediately go for his waistband. Go for that hoodie pocket, go for anything, and hold on to it. Because now he can't get it. He's going to have to go through me to get it versus him already having his hand on it, having a strong grip. We're kind of screwed there. So, especially you got multiple officers. There's a couple things you could have done. But it was a 320. Brett.
Deputy hit. Suspect down.
Have the camera.
Put your fucking...
What a bad time. There's some fucking nightmare fuel for you.
You're gonna get tased.
This third officer fucked them all.
Useless.
Yeah. So I'll be honest. If I'm this third officer, this guy's getting gun to the temple.
Mm-hmm.
And he says 1050. I tell him, I'm going to kill you if you don't immediately comply. And any twisty, any poppy noise, and shooting's done. No falling, no nothing. I don't know. Should be taught in academies, I think. Let's do some learning here, boys and girls. How good do these shots end up being? Not to show this too much, but that's what happens when you decide to go taser first. No way. Maybe.
Akimboing it?
Yeah.
Yikes.
Maybe a decent shot there. Maybe. I have my doubts. Maybe. This guy, poor dude.
Get back! Get back!
Yeah, let's fucking point guns at everybody. Jeez.
You guys good? You guys good? If you get any closer, you're gonna be detained and arrested. Do you understand? I'm gonna call my uncle. He's a fucking.
See, right here, they had an opportunity, and either this officer or this officer was like, hey, where's the gun likely going to be, right? It's right there. Well, fuck it. Rather than being worried about handcuffing him, let's figure out if he's armed or whatever. Django, I'm with you. Now that I'm out of law enforcement, of course, I actually train with drills where I intentionally occupy something with my hand and teach myself that before I build my shooting grip, because my right hand's going to grab my gun, right? But on my shooting grip, I think to open my hand and then latch it so that in that moment, whatever I have in that hand, it's literally like threat happens, fingers open up, and then fingers shut. Just so I can try to free that hand so I'm not stuck in that. Because on a stress reaction, you're just going to do what seems natural to you. And for them, it's going to be to try to grab onto that gun as much as you can. But if you don't think open shut, you're going to hold on to whatever's in that hand. So that's probably a training issue, not him being dumb.
Hey, what the fuck?
Hey, you guys are beating him! They're beating him!
Stay back! Stop fucking hitting him!
They're hitting him! You... Hey!
Useless. Less than useless.
Jeez. So this guy got the shots off. Mm-hmm. This officer's incredibly lucky. If he
so's the person holding the cell phone, because they're in the direct line of fire.
No shit.
Oh, bro, you almost died.
He almost died.
Yeah, he definitely almost died. I don't know what the hell he was doing.
I don't really want to take points here.
Take points from society for lack of survival instincts.
That's what I was gonna say. I don't want to take points from because that's a really hard call. I do think that was likely a bullshit 911 call, and these officers did what they could in that situation. That 911 call got that guy killed. This guy was
curly hair,
right? So, yeah, taser's not the move in that. That's poor training as well. A little bit of jiu-jitsu probably could have helped. I think more so than that. And this was actually our, if you want to call it the meta, this is our SOP. Anytime we had a violent call like that, somebody's job was to go talk to the complainant. Somebody. We're not doing it off of this anonymous bullshit. Like, I'm going to get the complainant identified and I'm going to get the charge specifically, right? So we get a call, burglary in progress, something crazy like that. Cars leaving southbound. Are there officers going after that car? Sure. At least one officer is going to the complainant. One, because they could be hurt. Let's make sure our complainant survives this altercation. But two, let me be specific about the offense that I got, because if I have to use force, I want to be covered. Let's say we never get a hold of this guy. They're still covered on the use of force. The guy pulled a gun on them, shot at them. It's not like they waited and he was holding it menacingly. Like, that guy discharged a firearm at him, so it is what it is. This was a young person that was used to getting into confrontations and brandishing a gun. He got into a confrontation, went to his lowest level of training, which was pull guns on people that threaten me or try to beat me up, and this is what happened. Maybe don't pull guns on cops. That will help. I think from a call take standpoint, getting a good offense, and I think also from an SOP standpoint, if I was a supervisor listening to that, hey, somebody go talk to that complainant or have an officer call him. I want a good offense before we go jacking people up, or just a better description, right? Than just, oh no, black shirt, blue jeans, kind of whatever. Yeah, we're talking about a very serious.
Didn't mention a hat.
Right. Let's have at least a serious offense, or just a good one, before we start doing that.
Read the description on this one and see if we got better information. Because, yeah, wearing black shirt and jeans, blah, blah, blah. Reserve male, later identified as Eric Berrios, matching the suspect description. I believe him to involve in the robbery. Gave the command to stop resisting, refused to comply, blah, blah, blah. So who got the... Okay, one deputy was transported to a local hospital via ambulance, admitted for treatment to a gunshot wound to his lower torso. He was listed in critical but stable condition. No other deputies or persons were injured. By the grace of God, because all y'all were standing around getting ready to... Yeah. Loaded 9mm semi-automatic ghost gun was recovered at the scene. All right.
Stupid. Ghost gun.
See, they needed to call an exorcist. But instead they called the cops.
Yeah. My beef is...
The matching the suspect description is...
But also, again,
weird to me.
What's my offense here?
Yeah.
Like, so I have an investigative detention on potentially a suspect. I'm not saying or an offense, right? I'm not saying they were wrong to go and confront the guy, but what hurry am I in until I know? Yo, dog, there was a call about an altercation, about a guy with a skateboard. They said you pointed a gun at him. We're going to investigate that. I have no beef with that at all, right? But the guy died over that. Well, it was likely a stupid argument, and the guy, because he didn't have a gun, he called people with guns to fix his problem. Dude, people are going to... And what I'm upset, mostly because of these officers, are going to have to live with that, right? They were handed an unreasonable person that happened to be armed. That confrontation led to them killing him. And the more they dig into that, because they're going to want to, right? When the guy's like, oh, fuck that, I ain't calling the police, and he dips, you're going to feel real shitty about it. And, like, you got to wear those consequences,
Yeah, you also have one officer that almost died because of that call as well. Yeah. Shot in the torso.
But that's kind of what I mean is, like, there are some, and I'm jaded. Don't listen to me if you're... police officer. We got this a lot where I was at, where people would call 911 to solve their problem. Again, I just mentioned it with the girl that was mad that she had finally pissed off her boyfriend enough that he was going to leave, got belligerent, like was just screaming, calls 911 to force us to make him stay. I don't remember what her rationale was. All I remember was just being like, you called, basically prevented him from leaving. When we showed up, just started yelling he has a gun. Like, I could have easily smoked that dude if he would have acted like this guy, right? Let's say he did have a gun, which is really common. It's Texas, it happens. He sees cops, he's like, oh, hell no, I ain't going down like a bitch. And I smoked this fool for what? Or worse, I die. He gets lucky and he wins that gunfight. For what? Over an argument?
So I am seeing, since this is California, would just the presence of the gun potentially be enough of a crime for you to engage with this guy?
But even just brandishing, right? Like the statement of brandishing, my issue is we don't know who my victim is. I could be interacting with my victim theoretically. He just didn't call the police. This guy goes and like decides to get in a fight and swing a board at a dude because he bumped into him or didn't get out of the way while he was skateboarding or some shit, and he pulls a gun like, hey, dude, you're not going to threaten me. Right? Carrying it illegally or not, he's technically my victim here, right? Like, maybe they're both going to jail in that case because they're both idiots. But, like, we're over here killing people over, I don't know, shit's stupid.
Mm-hmm. Headphones.
Yeah. Over headphones he didn't even lose. He got them back. Like, I don't know. I had beef. But these are the things that you need to be considering. I'm not saying be a douchebag and always be, like, second-guessing what your victim's alleging, right? Just take everything through the lens of people lie to me because they want something from me. Either they want me to go away because they don't want to go to jail, or they feel powerless and I can convince the government to solve my problems for me. You know, it's the Karen that wants the party to go. It's like 5 o'clock in the afternoon on a Saturday. They're too loud. They're going to call you. It just so happens that the guy running the party's a little drunk and has a gun on him and is confrontational by nature. We really killing this guy over a loud noise complaint? Like that's kind of my thing. Is like you're an agent of the state and your job is to mediate and to try to do no harm. And I have a personal vendetta against stuff like that because they used to try that shit all the time with us. All the time. Dude, baby daddy would move on. Paying alimony and everything would move on. God forbid that man had a warrant. She was calling. She would wait for child pickup and be like, I know he's got a warrant. He's going to be here. Some trifling people. People be petty. You're going to have to, even if you're justified, you're 100% justified. Thank God you survived because you're just a cop minding your own business. You still have to deal with these psychological ramifications of that use of force. All three of those guys are going to have to live with that for the rest of their life. And for what? Some headphones? If it was a school or a bunch of people getting murdered in like a terrorist attack, I'll live with that PTSD for the rest of my life. Cool. That is what I signed up for. But smoking a dude over a headphones argument, like, that's going to be a little harder to reconcile. I think spiritually, emotionally, personally, like, I don't know. I think you just got to be cognizant of that.
911 emergency.
Hi, I'm at the Kuna Motel right here on Burgers and Crescent. Somebody just got shot in the parking lot.
Do you know how many? Is the shooter still there?
People that shot, yeah, they're still here. Yes. And the guy in the parking lot, I say, please hurry up.
Is the person down?
Yeah, no, he's standing up, but he's holding his stomach.
Okay. Is the shooter still there?
Yes.
The guy with the gun, is he white, black, Hispanic, Asian?
I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not going to walk up to it.
Did you see him get shot?
Yeah, I heard it. He just walked out of the car and the car still parked there. Yes, I heard it.
He was in the vehicle when he was shot?
Escucharme, pendeja, right?
Yeah, he was. He just walked out of it.
Okay, what type of vehicle was he in?
Good question.
It's in a white truck. Just can you please just send somebody quick? He's standing right there. The people are still there.
The victim. Ma'am, listen, they're driving there. I'm just trying to get some information for the officers. Was the victim in the white truck?
It's a girl. It's a guy with glasses driving, a white guy with glasses. I don't know what the fuck. I'm not gonna keep fucking looking all straight. They're panicking and they're about to drive off.
The male white with the glasses. He was the shooter.
I don't know. He looks white, and I don't know. The guy was with him. He's still here. Maybe he could tell you. He's holding his stomach. Can you just send something? I don't know anything. He just said if I could call you guys, and that's it. I'm just letting you know they're about to drive off.
And it's a female driver?
It's a male with glasses. He's white.
Okay, but what I'm asking you is the guy with the glasses the one that got shot?
They're both wearing glasses.
Okay. The guy that was the shooter, what color shirt is he wearing?
I don't know. He didn't come out.
He's still in the vehicle?
Yeah, he's about to walk out. He walked up to the guy he shot, and he's like asking him questions. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but the guy's holding his stomach. He just said somebody. They're leaving in a white truck.
Can you get a license plate on the truck?
I didn't. But they're walking. They're just driving out.
I don't recall. I'm not a lawyer.
Okay. Did he go right or left out of the parking lot?
She's like,
did the truck turn right or left out of the parking lot?
I think the cop's gonna.
You say you're doing a great job.
Dude, excellent response time. Holy cow. Who's this? Anaheim?
Anaheim, yeah.
That's, where's that at?
California. That's Disneyland or Disney World. I don't remember which one is which.
Shout out to them. Incredible response time.
Are you able to tell me if he turned right or left out of the parking
lot?
Right here,
what's going on?
Mickey Mouse cops.
the white truck.
There's the white truck. Oh, he caught the white truck. As they're leaving. Come on, you.
Shooter, male, white glasses, still in a white truck. As they keep saying they don't know, and that they're leaving in a truck.
Somebody needs to find the victim. The victim will provide you all the information you need to know.
Well, maybe.
One person provides. It could also be dead. But one person, maybe two people, probably two people, go after the suspect. Whoever's left, hang out with the victim. Split. Just act like we've been here before, Anaheim. Come on now.
White pickup truck.
What's he doing?
Come on, Anaheim. There you go. You get to be
Who
there.
shot you? I don't know who shot me. Okay, sit down. Where'd they go?
They're running.
What kind of car did he get in?
So, free advice. This guy is currently losing blood, right? And I'm not saying don't ask him questions. It's an important task, right? Clear the scene for EMS. Look and inspect the injury. Look for additional injuries. Lay this fool down. He passes out due to blood loss. He could hurt himself more falling down. Just lay him down on the sidewalk. Start asking questions.
Do you start rendering aid?
100%, dude. He's your victim. Now, could be your suspect for a robbery that tried that shit in Houston, right? Could totally be the case. But the very minimum, we're going to try to maintain, we're trying to preserve life. Also, check this guy for guns. While you're checking him for medical, just do a quick look on his waistband here. There's guns were involved, right? There's things to consider. I've worked a couple shootings in my time. That's the other reason why. And some of it I had to figure out as I went. Some of it I learned from senior officers that were telling me to do this stuff. And I was like, I'm never going to forget to do this because I feel like I look like I know what I'm doing. But definitely render aid. It's a torso shot. If you're pretty lucky, they didn't hit anything important. Down there, the only sussy thing is you got kidneys, and those are kind of important to life. Same thing with gut shots like that is the likelihood for sepsis is very, very high. Basically, get like your gut, like your bit large or small intestines that are just start to
leaking inside all
junk inside of you, which could be bad. And then also, like, you won't have just one wound, right? So you have the entry and the exit. Well, if you've ever seen intestines that just kind of look like spaghetti, right? Every single one of those, if they've been perforated, is internal bleeding. That I can't do anything about, right? I'm going to pack what I got or try to seal what I got, but just from a medical standpoint, that's a complicated... He's not going to...
Get some of that, like, spray insulation foam and just go...
right?
Fill it up.
Gonna go cream pie this dude's insides.
Clip it.
Clip it. That's 4 hours and 21 minutes. But you're gonna see the chat. Whoa. But I would lay him down. So he's likely bleeding at the very least. Just be really careful of that.
Did he leave?
I don't know. Please help. I need an ambulance now, bro.
What's that?
Please help me.
Did he leave? Is he still here?
No, he left.
Can you tell by the wound what kind of, like, at least what kind of caliber it was?
I know. I mean, if it's a shotgun, there'll be a big hole. If it's a pistol, there'll be a smaller hole. Yeah.
Expert, Josh. Come
so
on.
the issue with specifically entry wounds, right, is on an exit wound, it's maybe a little less complicated, just because like you can tell at least if it was like a hollow point or a rifle, depending on like how much beans you got. But the difference between a hole on a 22 and a hole in like a 223 rifle is the same size. With a pistol, maybe it's a little bit bigger, but you're not about to get the fucking calipers out and start looking. Oh, let's see how big this hole is. You're not doing any of that.
Suspect's VOA, can I get fired in the location of the hotel?
Exiting State College from the West 91.
Exiting State College from the 91.
He tried to spike him, but it didn't work, and now it's northbound State College from the freeway.
Northbound State College from the 91.
Southbound State College from Orangeburg.
Southbound State College from Orangeburg. 26 23 for Station 10, affirm. Unit still 91 at State College with trip.
I'm 23, 10-4.
I'm reading chat. Yeah.
Driving the wrong way.
Wrong way.
I thought he was going.
Back I literally thought he was about to go into Honka. Like,
wrong way.
That was just a regular intersection there. A little bit more of that depth map.
Could you imagine?
So Megan and I have been watching. She found a show called Chopper Cops on Paramount Plus, and it's just about like the Marion County Air One. It's actually a pretty good show. But it's basically like, oh, I do this every Thursday. It's just body cam, but like with interviews, right?
Nice.
But it's pretty neat. They talk to you about like how they do all the Air One stuff, and it's really just an excuse to see like police chases.
Oh, nice. Custodies, y'all need to chill.
91 freeway.
Might be a good like after party
South
show.
State College for the 91.
313, we're now number 2.
26 313, number 2.
Oof. Hit him.
Back on the correct side of the road. Southbound State College through Romney, 35 miles per hour.
Right side of the road.
I wouldn't want to box in a dude that just shot somebody. That means I get shot.
Southbound State College through Romney.
Let's go!
Oh, look at you!
Please go try to tip, but that didn't work.
That's kind of a gentle
What's in the
pit.
trunk? That's your stuff? Yeah, it was.
For Southbound State College, coming with La Palma.
I thought there was a person in the trunk for a
Southbound
second.
State College approaching La Palma.
Yeah, that's why you want to pit.
Southbound State College through La Palma.
Pit him.
35 miles per hour light traffic.
Literally in Chopper Cops, one of the calls was
35 miles
that
an hour
the dude was
traffic.
talking about how he was now a supervisor, but he basically backed off of a guy he was chasing because he was like, maybe he'll like slow down or whatever, immediately plows into a family at an intersection. Like all of 3 seconds later. And like, you see the explosion from how hard he hit them.
Right.
Everybody died.
That's what I mean, though, dude. Like, I get the administrators' like arguments against it, but I'm like, but that won't ever be you.
Yeah, but that's why he was like, that's all I can think about anytime I'm like, should I terminate this? And he's like, no, stop him.
Yeah, pit that
Going 100
fool.
miles an
Yeah.
hour down residential roads.
Yeah, screw that
Hit
guy.
that fool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Southbound State College through Underhill, meeting a little bit of traffic stop at a red light at Lincoln.
Good call on this guy.
Southbound State College approaching Lincoln.
26 371, can we go off me?
There you go. Good job.
371 requesting a unit to block me.
Dude, that car's pissed.
They tried to push him into the side of the street. That didn't work. We're southbound
So-
State College through Lincoln.
The cops that just got out of their car, would you have gotten out of your car there? I feel like I would not trust that this traffic isn't going to move out of the way and let this guy just go through.
So part of it, if I want to get my gun on, yeah, like, because let's say I'm the lead car, I'm stepping out with the full intention of 7 back in, if that makes any sense. But like, it's a much better shooting platform to not have to shoot through your windshield.
Yeah.
One, I want to keep my windshield as long as I can. It's keeping wind off my face.
Yeah.
But also like my light, I can use my weapon mounted light if I have one. I've done it before where I've actually held my spotlight and put my gun in and use the spotlight as like a pseudo weapon mounted light. There's stuff like that. But you're probably getting out just to at least be lethal cover. But yeah.
Gotcha.
You're ready to jump right the hell back in. Because it's assuming exactly what happened.
Yeah, because he's not actually disabled in any way. It's just as soon as the light turns green, everybody's getting the hell out of there.
Yeah. Renegade Twitch. What's going on, homie?
Continuing southbound State College through Lincoln.
Pit this fool.
Southbound through South Street.
Southbound State College
He's
through
losing
south.
tire here.
Alright, this guy's like actively ramming people as he's trying to make his way through traffic.
Yeah, pit him.
Okay, pit him. Somebody get up there and pit
There you
him.
go.
26
somebody who can do it
31, we
right.
copy. We're going to get it next
No
opportunity.
kidding. Win.
Southbound
Next
through Vermont,
opportunity.
those
Do it
tires
now.
are coming apart.
Southbound State College through Vermont, tires
Did
coming
he
apart.
lose the bed of the truck?
No, it's still there. It's just
Oh,
getting
okay.
hot.
Southbound State College through Ball Road, 30 miles per hour.
Come on, you got it. Come on, dude.
Alright, we're going for a pit.
Devontae, caller, true ball, attempting hit.
Watch oncoming traffic. Southbound through Winston.
Devontae, caller, true Winston.
Return came off.
Carrier came off the vehicle.
Yeah, when he crashes and runs, don't chase him. The police dog is going to. We're southbound State College through Catella.
Devontae, State College, through Catella.
You keep driving into us.
Now, I get some of that stuff where you don't want to pit him because there's oncoming traffic. Let's not hurt other people. But at the same time, like, you also got to shit or get out the pot.
We go for the pit. Southbound through Orangewood.
Right there. Hit him.
This is a great spot.
Devontae, caller, through Orangewood.
Right, he's trying to actively hit the unit.
Well, hit him. Hit him back.
You're trying to actively hit him.
Yeah, hit him back.
It's fine.
Eastbound Memory from City Drive. 35 miles per hour light traffic.
Eastbound
There it is.
You should
Memory
be able to
from
catch
City
up
Drive.
to him then.
There it is.
Come on, bro.
There's
There
a
you
pit
go.
on Memory Drive over the
bridge.
riverbed.
Oh,
Car doesn't
off the
quite
bridge, off the
mobilize yet.
bridge.
Hit on the vehicle in the area of City Drive.
They have the back end of the pickup truck stopped, so they're 960 X-ray kind of, but the guy's on the gas trying to get away.
Look at all those sparks.
Yeah.
Attempting a 960X.
Oh,
And a car to go to Memory and
Well, more than
Bristol
sparks,
east of
huh?
here and stop traffic there. This situation is still active.
Pews
So it
happening
looks like
there.
there's a shooting involved, so can you start the fire department?
Yeah, I was about to say that was a little more than
Right, Station
sparks.
31 and get medic.
He's for sure shot.
We're looking like Jack
Yeah, you can just have a fire department stage away. He's not in custody yet.
That's
not
from We'll have
blood,
him stage
that's,
away.
radiator fluid. Or oil.
That was his blood. He'd be unconscious.
Memory Drive over the riverbed. Car doesn't quite mobilize.
Somebody shot, so everybody else was like, screw it, I guess we're shooting this guy.
Like, oh, how many actually hit?
I mean, if maths, 18% only of those hit.
Yeah.
The rest of them whiffed. He probably only got shot like twice. Shooting from the back of the bus.
I can't spell actually, apparently.
Forbidden spaghetti.
Oh, he got out and he like walked out. I should have had an option for 0.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no, okay.
No,
that was
some hit
the
him.
passenger. Okay.
Yeah. Oh. I can tell us what happened?
Let's read description. This picking up was okay. So there was an adult male passenger that was uninjured. Who knows how? Quilly was fatally wounded and proceeded to make blah blah blah. Preliminary search did not reveal a firearm. However, a search warrant was issued. Officers located a handgun inside the vehicle. Do you need a search warrant after this to look in the vehicle?
No.
Yeah. It's unclear exactly where the gun was found, but police confirmed it matched the one used in the earlier shooting at the motel. They still don't know if he was holding the firearm at the time of the shooting. Quello had a lengthy criminal history, including convictions for vehicle theft, armed robbery, drug possession, sales, gang involvement, hit and run. Not immediately clear what the motive was, or his connection to the victim. Passenger's involvement remains unknown. Still ongoing. I guess they don't tell us how many times he got hit. So the poll's going to be a guess.
And that is stream. I will give them only 10 points. The outcome was acceptable. Nobody else got hurt. But yeah, that is. Did they win?
What do you do if you're a passenger in a chase that you don't want to be part of?
You jump out of the car.
What if it's going real fast?
Tuck and roll. Pick better friends. You know why I feel comfortable getting into the car with Juan? He's not going to run from police. Like, you know, like, I'm just trying to fill that guy up.
That should have been the poll.
Oh, my God. That should have been the poll for sure. Oh,
70 miles an hour, yeah.
Anyways, that is stream. I have to be up super early tomorrow. I have a nice 18-hour day ahead of me tomorrow. But Thursday night, we will do an after party. Pulling the e-brake's not a bad idea. Also, slamming the car into park, it'll just immediately destroy or reverse. It'll just destroy the transmission and disable the car. Easy way to do it. Lick the Stram, yes. Joshy Boo and Wani Bear. That is... We'll get a shirt
familiar.
for that. You said familiar?
Yeah.
This playlist, Django provided the playlist that has all of the videos that we watched. If you want to discuss with peers and dunk on them because you have the hottest of takes and the OC addiction maintained. Kimity, it's good to see you. It's like the morning for you, but it is evening for us. But Thursday we will do an after party. We should have uninterrupted streams for a hot minute. I am now less than 8 weeks from completing my hours for my license, and then things might get real spicy here.
Yep.
But yes, get merch.
I got my license for being a concerned citizen already.
If you guys are interested, we did get screwed out of a Southland episode due to copyright, so we are going to release it for the free 99 on Patreon, so it'll be there public. If you would like to go see it, it'll be there.
I will make a post on the YouTube channel, so y'all can go get the link, but if you are in our Discord, you should already have it. You can also just click on the one I put in chat, and you'll see it.
And if you'd like access...
it'll be dropping tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, if you'd like access to all that stuff, you guys can always join either becoming a member here on YouTube or a member of our Patreon group. And for as little as $1 a month, you can get direct access to our Discord. And there's a small chance, like some of my people here, that I adopt your cat or say hi to you while I'm out of state. Or, I don't know, invite you guys to events, give unsolicited dad advice. We do all the stuff there. Anyways, go check it out. It's a really
Starting
cool community.
marriage counseling classes, apparently.
For
what I
real,
saw in
dude.
the Discord.
Let's go. We're going hard in the paint now. But anyways, you guys want access to that stuff, that is where it's at. It's a pretty cool place. Discord's where all the fun stuff happens. You can go see non-stolen...
The key to a good marriage is to never admit you're wrong.
Exactly. About marrying them.
About anything. What is it? Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss?
Yeah, there it is. There it is. Anyways, we love you all. I will see you guys on Thursday. For everybody else, you guys can bug me in the thanks, Dad. I told Kinsey one day I'm going to take a selfie with Sam. And, I'll give him the shirt that I take a selfie with him in.
Oh, Vincent, you're starting as a dispatcher. All right. We'll
my dog. Bro.
Roast you on Saturday.
You could do God's work there, or you were the worst addition to that department. There's no happy medium. But no, seriously, dispatcher, we had about 3 just rock solid dispatchers that like they would key up, that we'd basically get a message that they were shifting because we were a very busy city. Like we were working 2,000 to 3,000 calls. And these weren't like a welfare check. This was like shootings, domestics, DWIs, whatever. And they would key up and legitimately like my anxiety level would go down. That I was like, oh, okay, well, at least they're not going to like not welfare check me or like kind of put 1 and 2 together. Like I'm going to dispatch more than 2 officers to this call because of call text or whatever. Even call takers that you had the ones that would ask better questions. You would consistently get better information making on scene than showing up and being like, who the fuck talked to you? Like, they didn't even say it. Like, call take was rude. And I was like, I can tell. But that is the officer's lifeline to everything else and all the information. So that is a very, very intense job to take on. My first
Take
real
care
job.
of yourself mentally. Make sure you have a good support system.
Dude, sleep.
Yes.
I don't know
Eat healthy.
I don't know how to just like do some air squats at the desk. Maybe get some push-ups in. Just do 10 at a time. Just kind of do some air
Ask for a
squats.
standing desk, put a treadmill under it. You know,
Dude,
something.
it's huge.
You're gonna be sitting for a while.
It would be the high Sam. I'm not that cool. Chill. But yeah, it's a cool. I don't know. I really think most police officers should start at like 18, 19 in dispatch. You're young enough to do it at that point. Some of the calls can get a little heavy, but like all you have to do is make sure the information's good. And I think it's a great place to start to just kind of figure out shift work. and figure out like, they're dead. I gotta go tell, I gotta go update people, they're dead. Drive fast.
Marinate in the traba before you get cooked for real.
Exactly. But anyways, I love you all. I hope you have a wonderful day. And I will see the rest of y'all in like a day or two. Bye-bye.
I'll see y'all next week.